Like I was probably gonna buy in for like.
Good evening and welcome to TCH Live from TCH Social in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lighty, the New York Net. I got Uncle T alongside me this evening. How are you doing, Uncle T?
Good. How are you, Long Island Lasher? Ayatollah
Long
Bifolda.
I'm doing okay. Sorry for the delay. Our delay had a delay. So like usually the delay is 15 minutes. Somehow I think there was a misconfiguration. It's like 38 minutes. And so here we are a little bit later than usual. But we are still going to give you the usual 4 hours.
4 solid hours with a good lineup. And this crew, we're going to have a ninth player coming in here in just a little bit. But really good players that you all recognize. One new player in seat 5, Dolly Man, as in Salvador Dali. And this is an uncapped.
Uncapped 5-5.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Biggest stack I see so far is 5K.
Yeah. I wondered if Kevin, who bought in the last uncapped, really high, would go as high, but he is the big stack. He and Kevin. You haven't seen.
I like it.
Ever since that
I like it.
Finally, traffic moves.
It is.
You're ripping up 35.
Yeah, it is. He has to leave pretty early. Well, 35 is always. It's been jacked up since 1980.
Yeah, they can manage to keep making it worse. And we've got cards getting shuffled. I think we're about to be ready.
Really, more than anything.
Well, we're going to encourage you to chatters to chat with us, make comments. Bonnie, we're doing our best. We're trying to get on time. The rest of you, if you got comments, questions, we might even give away some merchandise today with a trivia question.
This is the first time hearing of this.
Yeah. I think we have some inventory. Not everything, not the new stuff. But we've got some inventory that Joe said, put it up for grabs. Some orange shirts, which if you do a review of TCH, good looking dude that just walked in. If you do a review of TCH online, then on the website you can get a free orange shirt. So do that too. Tennessee orange, not Texas orange. That's the only reason I don't have it.
That's why it's on clearance. It's the wrong shade of orange.
They come from the Tennessee TCH.
Is this your game we're playing?
Guys, as you see, we got the knit button out. We're going to be playing a knit button with Splash Pod. I think $25 for all the players. But it's
a good buy.
Kind of a better format because you get a chance to win the money back.
We're leveling up here in the Texas card house.
I'm team pay, everybody. I'm team no second chances.
Oh, yeah.
I want the pay.
As long as it's not
Brutal
actually
that way.
$25.
And I think we're heading for a $25 pom pot to start the evening.
Are we looking for a ninth player, or is there somebody coming for Steve Thomas?
Well, if you're in Austin, it was hot.
6 o'clock.
It's officially summer already.
Anywhere in Texas, it's hot.
Oh my gosh.
The YouTubers
Day on the phone from work, and they're like, "Is it really going to get up to 100 today?" I said, "Yeah, big deal."
All right, 25 for the bomb pot.
Yeah, days like today make me miss Seattle. I was in Seattle before I came to Texas,
Is that right?
and 100 degrees is basically just not a thing in Seattle, ever.
No.
Certainly not in May.
No, definitely not in May. That's where my family is right now, Seattle. Auburn. You know where Auburn is, south of Seattle.
Yep. And we got the cards getting dealt.
Guys, don't forget to put them on the circle.
Starting off with the boomer.
Could you scan your cards one more time? All right, guys, 8 players on this one. Check. Seat 3.
Ace 4 3 9 8 6. So JY has 2 pair and 2 pair.
Very similar hand
Eights for
props.
optimize and the gutter.
Bet. Seat 5. 100.
Looks like Dolly Man's going to get into it. Start off with the 75. No.
Let's see.
Oh, that was optimized bet 150?
That I think the graphics might be off slightly.
Yeah, I didn't think optimized bet there. Not with that
We
hand.
see Dolly Man with cards still in front of him, so
Optimized does have top 2 on the bottom board. I still don't think he'd bet it.
Apologies for the graphical issue. Sure, they'll get this fixed.
Had one of those.
Yeah, graphics don't want to pull.
Money.
We're starting off.
That's right.
Top pair of nut diamonds for Manny. Also the open enter on the bottom. He's got massive scoop ability.
On those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Diamonds show up
Listen,
immediately.
I'm not
Manny's
gonna
locked into
disappear
that
after
top
this,
board so
but
far.
if I was going to disappear, it would be right after Kevin loaded the money, for sure.
Not much on the bottom board. It would have to be 7-5 or, yeah, 7-5 would be nuts, and I don't see that. Sevens are
But you're
kind of
probably
blocked.
okay.
Somebody had a pair of sevens.
Kevin does have the straight flush gutter to go with his pair of sixes on the bottom. He has almost nothing though. I don't know how much more this can stand.
Yeah, and I
Certainly,
believe that pair of sevens had the 7 of hearts, so that was completely blocked. Not that he was
Manny,
C4, ball,
Manny has
action, complete. That's selected.
Are we all in? What happens?
I
What does
don't know.
Dollyman have?
Yeah, it looks like there's no in.
Top, and then Jack 10 for
I see
straight. It's gonna be a
10, 9, 7 something for him. Did he miss a heart draw? Did he miss a heart draw?
Yep. Queen of clubs and
Yeah,
queen
so
of
that's
diamonds.
correct, and nothing got there apart from. Actually, Jack 10 got there on bottom, so like Manny ended up with nut, and or like essentially nut.
What a hand.
And
that
it
is.
said optimized, but I believe
Yeah, it was Dollyman.
it was Dolly.
It was definitely
yes.
Dollyman. Those weren't optimized cards.
So that they did the same thing on the optimized
next
red.
one.
Right, man. Oh,
Turns out
that's a great way to start if you're Manny.
Studying, huh?
It is.
Yeah, you was studying.
Yeah, we're not. Don't look at optimized's cards there. He wasn't completely
I've been
insane.
in the lab.
Buying
2100 for seat 5.
Yeah, so that is incorrect. Optimized is not down 3,400.
It's a PLO game.
Not yet.
Not yet.
We still have another 3 hours and 55
I had
minutes.
no
to
idea.
go.
Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah, well.
had this sense that you had this innate poker talent, but I had no idea that you actually played PLO.
We're not going to speak that into existence for you, Optimize.
I'm trying to anti-commentator
You
person
know,
here.
it's
nice
nice
of you.
natural at something, but I'm glad to hear confirmation.
Wow. It means so much coming from you.
What do you think about Doug backing out of the screen?
Did he really back out?
Yeah, this morning he did. I said, what are you doing, man? There's too many pros.
Doug, I don't think Optimize is always the
You got
loser
my
here.
dumb
I mean,
ass
Optimize is a solid player.
Literally just up here talking shit as he pussies out of the stream.
Yes.
Is this true?
Too many pros.
Can't make this up.
Is
What
this
are we
Doug that he's talking about?
They asked me to hold.
Yeah.
Now,
Are we going to wait on the next
waiting?
game?
Is this 510 or what?
No,
Starting
5-5.
with the first-
Starting Nick game.
Yeah, we're starting the Nick game now. That's all.
Nick game is on. And we do have the numbers corrected. It is Dollyman who's stuck.
You guys
Yep.
are doing it with the
1600
175
is what
and
the graphic
200
says.
if you want to be in
No, you're just staying with.
You see a couple of pumpkins in front of him on that reload of $1,000 orange chips.
a... Okay, but it just goes in the
Flash
center and
fire.
it's
Flash
Pumpkins, it's only May.
Pumpkins?
I'll
I don't
be
eat
grabbing
pumpkin.
pumpkins for a while.
Are you a pumpkin pie
I feel
guy?
like
I
this
am
splash
I'm not.
pot idea.
Good, good.
that
I
happened
knew we had
within
something in
about a
common,
week's time.
Lottie,
And
besides our
every
looks.
single
30.
Nick
Good
game
looks.
now is a splash pot. There's no more.
Hold 9.
I don't think he's raised to 400. He doesn't have cards in front of him.
150 seat 2.
Yeah,
More gambling.
Hold 3. Hold 4.
yeah. So therefore
Good for the game.
it is
8 raised
now
to
the
30.
preferred
Fold
method.
9. 2 raised to 150. Fold.
Hey, Manny makes it 30 with the 6-5 suited bones coming in with the 3-bet with the king-queen on the button.
Fold 8.
Makes it 150.
Shows King Queen.
And that gets the job done. Bones shows his hands.
Ah, you fucking nit.
That is a requirement of the nit game. If you want
Yep.
to release your nit button,
Straddles
you
on
must
5-10.
table your hands.
Yep.
And if you tell somebody to table their hands, you will incur a penalty in the form of a second nit button.
Oh, is that right? I thought you just didn't lose
custom,
it.
customarily, that's how it goes.
Oh, okay.
Unless these guys have changed it up. Customarily, if you tell somebody to show their cards, you get a second nit
Oh,
button.
if you say it
As
to
a
somebody
penalty.
and they do it. Oh, that's a
Yeah,
good
that's-
penalty. I actually haven't seen that.
That's usually how that goes.
That should be better than a verbal tongue lashing.
Unless you beg.
Yeah,
Then, you know.
groveling always works. I used to be married. I know.
That's right, Doug. William Moody, the New York Knit, and Uncle T in the booth. Good to see you, Rebel Poker.
Rebel! You're a rebel and you'll never be any good.
Yeah, it's been a little bit since I've been in here. And it'll be a little bit before you see me again because I'm going off to Vegas in a couple weeks.
Yeah,
For
yeah.
a series of poker
Taking
coming up.
applicants for commentators because Will's gone for a month and a half. Actually, we're not.
405.
JY, but the King Queen makes it
Yes.
150, and the computer 8 Dolly Man's hands. We do see the 3-bet with the pocket tens.
Yeah, it looks like 425. Maybe 525, hard to tell.
I think that's fine.
3 heads up.
Yeah, the digital
405 is the number we
digital
got.
double 1010.
Oh yeah.
I do love that king queen suited. It's just pretty to see it in your hand.
JY makes the call. Heads up we go. Coin flip,
Oh.
and Dolly Man gonna flop top set. JY with the gutter.
Yeah. If those were diamonds, it would really be
Do you
spicy.
prefer Doug or Rishi? Or no?
Overs and gutter. JY could hang around here, but he does have the perception of a decent amount of equity.
Yeah.
The two hearts are a little bit icky.
Looks like a down bet too, which may keep it in the
Get out
hand
of
as
your
well.
game another week.
The fans have an expectation.
260.
You really
Yeah, but
are
Rishi-
hoping that
Rishi
this
had
is
already
something
been
like
playing when he
jacks
showed up,
on
otherwise-
side. 260 the bet, yes.
Oh, otherwise it's only a pair.
The only downside to this sizing is that a heart draw has the right price to call directly,
Yeah, it definitely wasn't designed to push,
and you don't block
push
hearts.
the hearts out.
What?
That's why I actually like that bet. I see so many
Yeah,
times the
what's your
1-2 players
vote?
I think want to protect those that set so bad from the straights and flushes.
Everybody has their own
JY making the call, which if he had 10 outs, which he doesn't have 10 outs, if he had 10 outs,
Miss.
he's getting a pretty good price.
Miss.
And he might be in some trouble here. He turns top pair.
Yeah, if he puts his opponent on, top pair, top kicker on the flop,
Harry Potter blast.
and this is a great check. Great check.
That's tough.
JY on the button.
I'm actually kind of
With a
forced to
little
would you rather.
facial
Provided that they're clever.
recognition
They're
software
not clever. They
program in his head right now.
Seen the Harry Potter glasses?
And if he
I
can
have
get
now,
some
yeah.
information.
They're actually pretty impressive.
The Indian Harry
May
Potter.
also be considering if Dolly Man, who these guys have not played with before.
Yeah, so Dolly Man hadn't acted yet. He has
Oh.
made the bet.
I thought I saw him check. I guess he just
No.
Overdue. Yeah.
Those the straight $1,000, which is a committing size.
You look perfectly manicured. And you interpret
All in,
it as all you
snappity
need
snap.
because you think
JY
something
need
is
J.
Turn over. Too high.
I'm all in.
Oh,
Yes, I
you're on form early.
twice is fine.
Agree to twice.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
That's all I got. First board. Oh, I'm sorry.
First board.
Yeah,
Are we going twice?
Yeah, I think we're doing twice. I think they're discussing it. Yeah, went in it twice.
First board.
That's not a jack.
Maybe a little worrisome because
That's
both being
not a jack.
hearts, but
I see 10s, 4, 7,
Good.
10s.
doesn't know it. But he didn't have to worry about the front door hearts. So that's a little bit of comeback hand for Dolly Man.
14, 35.
What up, Poker Monkey?
Good to see you. I'm heading to Vegas for the series.
1,000.
Yeah, I'll be out there playing.
Work. What's work?
3 hands all in twice.
Work is the thing that I do for money.
Oh, I've heard about that, but I've never really
I
seen
can-
it.
I can also do it from out there. I don't have to do it from here.
Yeah, that's
so
a pretty good gig.
I'm gonna sit out there. And
So
I'm
will
gonna-
you spend some weekends, racing weekends working while you're out there?
Depends on the schedule. I'm sure I'm gonna get dragged into some weekends, but enough about work.
Who wants to talk about work? Nobody.
Kevin, can you leave that up here when you're done?
So Dolly Man is actually in the green
Delivering 4 card straight draws.
after that hand, which is amazing because he busted out in the hand before that.
Never easy.
New menu, huh?
Yeah, swingy game it is.
I'll give you just 1 second.
Poker Monkey, glad to see that you're on a little heater.
I don't even remember what that is. Las Colinas, though,
Yeah,
it
they have
tastes
unrestricted.
good.
But she said it's spicy. I said, what's supposed to be spicy?
Yeah, Las Colinas is a nice room.
Yeah. Like
I
that.
love Indian food. They have a new Indian food dish.
Yeah, sure, of course, pads out there in Vegas.
Taking COVID while you're looking at the menu.
Dallas for the longest time.
Was
Really?
it good?
Yeah.
It's good. It's a shield.
Yeah.
I love those.
And you watching see me out in Vegas, feel free to say hi.
As soon as you put it away, though.
Something's going on with my screen. It's not letting me log in. See.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rebel.
I'm a tournament player. I'm used to losing.
Yes, I just won't.
Yeah.
Just getting a reload sorted out here.
Oh yeah. What's the deal with Rishi for the Nick game?
2 reloads in 3 hands.
And a new player, Rishi, who is running a little bit late, but so were we. So that's no problem. Shows up, is into
Oh, he's
C1.
got one.
Brought him 2K.
That's cool, too.
So we got a full table. As the beautiful Lauren shows up with drinks. Once again, I want to remind all of you that are in the area, I had a wonderful dinner last night. We've got a wonderful bar and a wonderful staff and a wonderful menu. The chefs just updated the specials. There's a couple of great things on there. Come down, even if you don't feel like playing or you want to bring the spouse.
An appetizer or is it a...
There's plenty of good food here, and you'll usually see me sitting at the bar.
What are the carbs?
Waitresses can't carry cookies.
Yeah. What events am I playing? I'm playing a decent number of the 1500 mixed events. I think the first one I'll be playing is the 1500 Dealer's Choice. I don't think I'll play the 7-card stud the day before. Probably just start with the Dealer's Choice.
Why not the stud? I love stud. Isn't
Uh,
that your favorite?
not quite my favorite, and it attracts a certain crowd.
No, the other ones look good too,
It attracts a certain crowd.
Yeah.
So there's
What is
no-
biker
Not quite
gang
as
show
bad,
up?
like I'm on the road, so I have a built-in excuse to not play the 1508. Like that's the only crowd
I'll do
that's
that
worse.
one, and I'll keep
Well,
the,
define the crowd. I mean, would a bunch of biker gangs show up for stud
No,
or what?
no, more like old and very grumpy.
Oh,
Very grumpy.
on behalf of the old grumpy people, I resemble that.
I've never seen so much abuse in my life as I saw in the 1508.
Really?
Dealer abuse.
No, you like the ranch.
Wow.
You like the ranch.
Dealer
Yeah.
abuse.
Don't
I
abuse
don't like
the
that
dealers,
That one,
guys.
you know, there's very few things. You know, we had a stream about 6 months ago where I asked people, what is your least favorite thing that people do at the table? The worst behavior, the worst whatever. Hygiene was number 1.
We have a hand tap in
Oh,
here.
yeah, sorry.
So
Ace queen.
I don't think the graphics are quite caught up. We had a 3-bet with Ace Queen
Oh, wow.
and TM going for the 4-bet with 2 cards that make the same royal Kevin's going for, unfortunately.
Mac and cheese. I can check. And then a side of.
Kevin gonna play this out of position with the Ace Queen. Big blind versus straddle.
This will get TM's attention. Again, if you watched Terry a week or so ago, he just had a great session, making some really good calls. Very smart, very good tournament player as well.
And the players who asked if they're completely
And they both missed.
Dead board.
Wolves are playing too well. Just like Edward is playing out of his mind.
C-bet could finish this, and I think TM is pretty incentivized to C-bet, given that we really want Ace High to fold.
Yeah.
Tatum's gone.
And he
And that's
gets it.
exactly what happens.
And he
So-
shows it.
They would both need like.
So yeah, I'm not a fan of dealer abuse, and I'm not a fan of miserable people. So that's something that steers me away from those events.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Also, God forbid I day 2 the stud, and then I can't make a dealer's choice. You really want to play dealer's choice?
Well, what about this one Rebel's talking about, the $1,500 super?
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh, you're gonna get there? You're gonna talk
I'm
about
gonna
that?
get there eventually.
Okay, I've
Yeah.
never heard of that actually.
Yeah, we got the
Didn't-
dealer's choice. We got the no limit deuce that weekend. I'll play the 1500 no limit deuce. The 1500 no limit hold'em shootout.
Oh, wow.
That's right. You play a table, you win the table, you're in the money, and you're on
Yeah.
to the next day. You
I
do the
love the
same thing
shootout
again.
format.
That's a fun format.
Yeah.
1500 Super Turbo Bounty, probably schedule permitting. That's one that just gets crazy and that gets crowded and fast. And yeah, we'll see if I make that. Let me see the schedule.
Yeah, see, I can see that crowd being crazy.
What's your new card protector?
They're a different kind of crazy.
Yeah, not salty crazy.
Yeah.
raise.
Event number
Look at this.
34. That's a Tuesday morning.
Why don't I have one?
There's a decent chance I make that.
Looks like Manny's going to come over the top with King 10 of diamonds, very similar to Terry's previous hand against Rishi's eights. And Bones is probably going to give this up. Although I like this hand an awful lot. He does give it up. Rishi does make the call.
Rishi, no, that's a cold 4. That's multiple black chips.
That is a cold 4.
Makes it 410, which is $10 too few for my liking, but
putting Terry or Manny a bit in the blender. I think he's going to make the call.
I'm not sure I'd continue with this hand.
But this is Manny fresh.
He's going to call. This is
First of all, you wouldn't believe.
this is a hand that can be dominated a lot.
It was like a triple. I mean,
And you're out of position.
Last week.
As it is, 925 in the middle. We're going to go heads up to a flop.
Today,
So you made a buddy back there.
I did.
That was the secret.
It was.
Yeah.
And they both,
I was so happy.
well, I mean, Rishi has an overpair, so I can't say they both miss.
You gotta
Yeah,
get
This is actually decent flop rates.
Very good flop for
This is where we
Snowman.
this is where we bet and we pray that he doesn't have an over repair,
Yeah.
I took a picture of it.
which he does have some over repairs in his range.
Yep.
Scotch.
It looks like
Nines,
Rishi's
tens,
gonna
jacks.
Rishi's gonna good bet. I started to say Rishi kind of committed enough of his stack that probably
Blake gets a good pour.
told
Those I
Manny
get a
where he
good
was
pour, so I
at.
tell people, or I tell the waitresses for Blake. When I get
Yeah.
Good hand for Rishi. Welcome to the table.
Pulled this number.
So
a
he's
couple
up
times
500.
And just looking at this early WSOP schedule, like it's kind of fluid for
now.
me.
You order a
Like
pour,
as far as what tournaments I play, like it's based
waiter or
on
waitress, and
what I
then
might
I'll
day
order
2.
the
It's
pour
based on
later.
mood slightly as well.
If it's your man that comes back
It's
to
based
that,
on
comes
like if
back
anything
for
comes
45
up
seconds,
where
I'm
I'm
trying to get
busy,
him out.
but like
Absolutely.
the Omaha mix is a possibility. There's a 600 PLO that I see myself playing. If I bust the shootout early enough, maybe I jump in the 1500 PLO 8,
The way his eyes light up when he
which
sees
that's usually a decent tournament.
Double straddles on.
I have tipped him
Both
over
C2.
$100.
I don't know whether I play the Doogie or not this year. Like the Big O is one that I probably play. Yeah, $500 bounties. Yeah, so that those prize numbers you see, those don't include the bounties generally. Like when they announce the prizes, and there's no way you picked up enough bounties that that's even a meaningful number. Like the bounties become pretty irrelevant once they hit the money. And what is highly relevant is Kevin's 2 aces sitting in seat number 9.
Speaking of
The
relevance,
2 big ones, the spade and the heart. Those are, if you're high carding, those are the 2 highest cards.
yeah, I've heard that.
Usually the brain tumors don't arrive.
And I don't think anybody else has a hand.
You're ready
No,
to go
it doesn't
anyway.
look like it.
Yeah, so he just wins and he
Wins the
shows the
minimum.
goods, gets rid of the knit button.
Not the only time you'll get Kevin to show.
That's probably the bigger issue.
Yeah, so like part of this is based on what I'm feeling like playing. The Poker Monkey's playing the Lucky Sevens later in the series.
What is that?
I think that's in July.
Yeah, but what is it?
That's a $777
It would taste really good.
buy-in. It's a Hold'em tournament.
It's a hold'em chart. Okay, so there's no
It's a
wild
gimmick.
cards or anything.
It's a gimmick.
Total gimmick. Okay.
Oh, I've had both.
They have a lot of gimmicks.
Yeah, you're kidding.
That's event number 90.
That makes
To answer Rebel's question.
like water.
Optimized with Queen 8 suited.
And they're guaranteeing that the winner will receive at least $777,777.
Wow.
Well, we know Rishi's in there. Pot odds.
Can't fold what?
3 players.
Rishi's going to call with a
Right?
little bit speculative ace-9. Not my favorite hand. And Optimize has got a good kicker with top pair.
But
And
Kevin
2
has a
hearts.
straight.
Yeah, he's got
And
the
a
straight.
redraw.
He's got a if he hits a 5 of hearts, he'll really be happy. Wow. Yeah, Kevin hit this hard.
Rishi does have the cutter to the better straight to go with
Just
his overs.
just a call by Kevin. Very sneaky call. He's not afraid of anything because of those hearts. He wants to see a queen show up really,
That's nice.
really badly. But we got a 3, making a 6
Yeah,
card
it's a-
straight for it.
Yeah, his straight is straighter.
Yeah. hard to put your opponent on a 4 here, or 7. It's just really hard to see a straight here at all. Especially Creek. Creek has a bit of a reputation of being a fairly straight poker player, not playing a lot of prospective hands.
And 7-4 is not a hand that shows up very often, especially in the cutoff. 9-7 is more plausible.
Yeah,
9-7 is a lot more plausible.
Yeah.
And now he's going to pull the trigger with that second flush draw showing up.
Sorry? Not low enough? Not low enough.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the 9-7. But again, this is Creek, and he's in the cutoff. So, like you pointed out.
A lot of flush draws out there that optimizes beating right now.
Yeah.
His top pair isn't great, but it does beat the draws.
And he can't put him on an overpair because of the pre-flop actions, so he's running through these options in his head.
And the 3 doesn't complete anything.
It doesn't. But I think, like you say, he may be able to put him on 9-7 suited, eating 9-7 of hearts. May put him on 10-7 of hearts, even ace-7 of hearts. That you get that combo draw could be in his mind.
Which has a lot of equity.
A lot of equity.
And he does make the call. He does want to see a river. Optimize cannot win its showdown.
Oh, wow.
There's the scary river. That's probably the scariest one of all
that
for
4
Kevin.
is
That's
incorrect.
the 7 of spades.
Yeah.
And so Kevin straight is massively downgraded, loses to any 9, loses to any spade. This is probably going to save Optimize some money here. This is probably just a check back.
Yeah, the question is, will Optimize, seeing that as a scary card, take
checked.
advantage of it? Oh, that's right. Kevin's at the cutoff. Yeah, Kevin, he's going to make a value bet here, it looks like. Oh, no, a little bit more. Yeah, 40% pot.
Instant fold. And shows
you
the...
didn't even need it.
I know.
Terrible river for you. Terrible.
You hear Kevin's bitterness. Why is it, Lottie, explain this to me mathematically or through your big New York brain, your Ayatollah Foldola brain. Why does, when you flop the nut straight, one of your 2 cards always have hit the board?
I gotta go for it.
Because we can't have nice things.
In poker, we're not allowed to have. Well, that's the best answer anybody's ever given me. But doesn't it seem like always?
Manny, what do you need
It feels like it happens a lot.
What do you need tonight?
You're like, my outs are so much lower to get one of my own cards.
At correct phone, I misspoke. It's any 2 spades, like any flush beats him.
Tony, you need to keep on him so he says it correctly. You're right.
The obvious one of the obvious draws got there. In fact, 2 of the obvious draws got there.
That was like 10.5.
The other can't miss WSOP event for me is the deuce to 7 triple draw.
Yeah.
Which is like sometime in June.
That's your happy place.
That is one of my favorites, yeah. So, like, those are the things I can reasonably confidently say I'm going to play. And then I'll be like, whatever holds in PLO, I feel like playing that fits in the schedule.
Yeah.
And some of the mixed satellites. So, the night before the 10K events have a series. There's an 1100 satellite, which is that game.
Let's not make this cheaper.
And if you want to satellite the series, you have your choice. You can take an entry to any 10K.
Really?
Or 10K worth of tournaments. Or 10K in actual money.
Wow.
So
I think I'd take my 10K of actual money and go to
they
the
do give you a tax form.
5-10 game.
If you go that route, they do give you a tax form.
Really?
Yep.
Are they bribable?
No, they will not help you cheat on your taxes.
Yeah, you can afford the
Oh, we got a Scary Terry fan, JD, in the house. He is Scary Terry.
Have you tried that pasta with the
Talked to him
chorizo?
before when he was
that one's better
waiting for the live stream.
I would recommend that one.
Well, that's similar.
Okay, so I don't think anybody has an ace.
Yeah, the graphics incorrect. That's ace, ace, queen on the top.
Yeah.
Check 1.
That's
check
right,
2,
ace, ace, queen, and
check 4, check 5, check 6.
I don't think I've ever seen that on a board. All 4 aces come out in the 2 boards.
that's a new one. Like, JY's got to be feeling okay. Aces
Yeah.
and kings on both boards.
Yeah.
Like, this is...
That's a pretty good
This
situation
is a
to be
workable
in.
hand, as long as nobody has a bet.
And he's got a gut shot on the top board. And of course, it's rainbow. Well, I guess you got the hearts on top. Jack 7 feels pretty good for Dolly Man. Jack 7 of hearts. Don't know if he'll play it. He does not.
TM with the queen. Is in there. A 3 and a 6.
Dead cards.
Spades
are available.
The 6 actually does give both of these players a perceived out to make trips.
And there's the boat.
Hey, full house. Okay.
Nuts.
So JY will be scooping kings full of aces and then aces and kings.
Yeah, he's not getting called here by Terry.
Unlikely. He has he's got a fold. That's what he has. Yeah, he has a pretty marginal hands on both sides.
Well,
the king could be tempting just because it's less likely you're up against 2 kings, which is one of the hands that scoops you.
Yeah.
But you feel like you're calling for half, that's not good. We don't want to call for half.
No, you got nothing on the bottom board but aces and a 6. I mean, it is the second pair, so to speak. But, yeah. Not for 375.
Oh, actually, I can, but since Spoon didn't start.
We'll see if I can find my way into the main event again.
What do you mean find your way into it?
Like, I wasn't planning on popping down $10,000 directly. Like last year, I got in through
Oh,
a
you're
satellite.
saying if you get the 10,000.
Yeah, if a satellite works out, then I would get into the game that way. Like I said, any 10K.
Jacks for optimize. Jiggity jiggity.
TM with an unconventional call.
Yeah, for TM, that's pretty unconventional.
JY also unconventional.
Boink.
Sets are usually good in this game.
Especially top set. Especially rainbow board. Especially the most unstraighty board that you can get almost.
It checks through. Let's see if anybody can catch up enough to pay him.
Yeah.
Nope. That's just the gutter for Kevin.
Optimize does love that card. You just hoping somebody has a king that'll call.
Just top air for somebody. If not, Optimize doesn't actually make any money. That's the downside of top set. You block everybody's calling range.
Yeah, you. Oh, Kevin makes the call. He's gonna call with his
We're in the gutter.
Who is this person and what have you done with Kevin?
That's not a queen.
Yeah,
That's
looks
not
like
a queen.
That's a boat.
So good.
Again, he just praised that Kevin has a king here.
I'm from Houston, so I was a big Rocket fan.
Matter of fact, Kevin is most likely of those players in the hand to have a king here.
Do we check and try and get somebody to
I wouldn't
bet
be
a king?
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Or maybe we just bet because the king's always clawing.
Yeah, make it a little bit of a feeler bet that looks a little weak. Only looks like 85, 90.
Yeah, yeah.
90 it is.
Well, you're talking about Spud Webb. That dude's like 5'7". You know, and oh yeah. What was funny is so I graduated from Social State way up in my Alpine, and he was playing.
That's just enough to get him to call with ace high.
So Optimize does find a way to get 90 additional dollars worth of value.
Yeah, that actually came out a lot better than I anticipated it would. I didn't think he was going to win much.
Rebel bringing up an interesting question. Assuming you're playing that super turbo bounty of the series, and you got 10 bounties, would that actually change how you continue approaching the tournament since you're profiting? I personally probably don't change anything. If I have 10 bounties, there's a decent chance I'm one of the big stacks, and I'm playing like a big stack in the tournament. I can probably chase bounties slightly more often if I have more wiggle room. How close are we to the money? Are we in the money? Once we're in the money or we're near the money, I care about that a lot more than I care about picking up another bounty, actually. Because continuing to ladder is eventually going to be worth a lot more than $500.
You know, honestly, Will, and I'm not, you know, you're the tournament player by far, but I don't even think about bounties when I'm in a bounty tournament. To me, it's like the card on top of the present. I'm more interested in the present, which is a good pot.
I think that there are plenty of times to think about bounties, like especially in the early stages of that tournament.
Low blinds, you mean?
Well, not near the money. That's what I mean. So, those are obviously the earlier blinds. We have a 4-bet with ace queen. These guys are raising. I like it.
Yeah.
And Manny 3-bet, kind of light. He's also got a nit button, and we're running out of nits.
King 10 has been the hand of the night. We've had quite a few of those, and they've been raised almost every time. Yeah, too much card removal thoughts.
So fold it
If
out.
I got King 10 and somebody re-raises me, I'm thinking about, do they have ace king, ace 10 suited?
Maybe goat comes up.
A lot of combos, kings, 10s.
It won't come up here.
In fact, we are down to just 2 nits. JY and Manny are 2 remaining nits.
This, if Manny, because I told him the other day that Manny will never lose a nit game. If he loses that nit game, I may have to run out there and
Yeah, I know. I'm out of.
laugh uproariously at him. He's just not the guy that's going to lose a nit game.
I can do a sleeper, right?
Straddle in. There you go.
Oh, this is a new stat. Average tank time. Now I have to speak up though. I wonder where these numbers come up. Is this how long it takes production to press the button? Because
I thought it was a joke.
They could be trolling pretty hard back there.
And the longest tank time was
We
18
just take a long
seconds.
pregnant pause right now because we want to get this guy's numbers up.
I mean, does that include Kevin like eating and chewing?
I assume so.
So it's chewing and tanking. Okay. That's hilarious. So we got a pair of 6s that are probably going to call, looks like. Terry's going to come in. Just calls. So completely diverse holdings here. And 2 diamonds for Bones, although the paired board immediately.
Dementia really bad.
Well, he's got at least one out that's clean.
Yeah.
10 of
The
diamonds.
10 of diamonds is a clean card.
6 or 7 times a day. This is now the 3rd call in the last.
6 of diamonds could be a bit of a chaos card.
Yeah. And the good thing about Bones in this, and this is why he's betting, he's got position to boot. He's on the button.
Obviously, he forgets he called, and then he calls again.
See, I'm continuing
And he has
with the
white
under
Pairs love pairs.
Liz, take his phone away.
Yeah.
He is, and it's not just me.
Pair is
Every
a
relative
pretty
just
spicy
calls
card.
all day long.
That's
Not the
straight
10
up
of
bonus.
On his
diamonds.
front porch and calls relatives from the time he wakes up.
Really hard for
until
Terry
the
to put
time-
Bones on 9-8 here. I mean, it's possible, certainly. 9-8 of diamonds.
Yeah, I think he just called and just in this like. Apparently, someone was saying they get caught in these like whenever like a particular part of the brain dies, whatever they were like last thinking about, it starts to like form loops. Like, and so if he's in a loop of thinking he needs to call someone, that loop just like keeps firing and firing and firing until
Bones betting $420.
I guess goes away.
And as we talked about in
Where he constantly
earlier
thinks
streams,
he's
Terry
called,
can get
spam
sticky.
and just calls all day.
Completely
And
blank.
that is the blankest river there is.
Might as well not even print it.
Yeah.
Might as well be a just empty
But
white
yeah, I'll like
space.
talk to him
Yeah.
and then he'll call again. Like,
He'll forget and call back.
yeah.
And the diamonds missed.
Yep. Don't do math. He did a little bit of math.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
2, 900.
Don't do drugs, kids.
No promises. Who knows?
900, about 2/3
We're
pot.
adults. Oh, good. I thought you were an adult yet.
Ah, you know what?
I had something to look forward to. at
Right,
least,
exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
See, I'm really thinking about this. Does beat the diamond draw.
Hey, you like this bet sizing?
2/3, and I think it gets you paid by a jack. I don't know if there's a lot else that's going to be paying, but you could also plausibly say that I missed my diamonds. And he's cut out some calling chips. Well, he handed them to Bones, though.
I hope he didn't listen to me when we were before the stream. I was telling him what great calls he made the other night. I'm going to take the blame if he calls here. I mean, he only beats a bluff at this point.
You could say the same thing on the turn, though.
Yeah, that's true, and he did call that.
This is your fault, Tom.
It's my fault. You know, I think this is also where Terry maybe kind of was flipping his coins in his mind and thought, this looks like kind of a button move. You started off with the aggression, and
You just hit like your most
you know,
unbelievably disguised out.
the diamonds did not reach,
Value
which is
down, huh?
probably what
How they do it?
Terry was putting him on.
And he doesn't have a diamond.
Wow.
Yeah, and he doesn't have one. Yeah. Which,
Not that the 6 of diamonds is all that relevant.
no, but it's still
like,
just,
we're always
yeah.
happy to not have the diamonds. When
Yeah,
we want
yeah,
it to have
it makes
the
it
diamonds.
a little easier. I have a lot of 1-2
Making it
players
look
say, "Is
easy.
that really a factor in your head? You know, are you really, you know, well, I had a big diamond in my hand. You
It
really
tilts the
thinking about that?
scales. It tilts the scales.
It absolutely does. If
It's
you're
not
in a
the sole
coin
decision
flip,
maker, but it tilts the scales.
yeah, if you're in a coin flip, you're absolutely 50-50, and you're thinking about that. I only have to be right here 50% of the time. Yeah, it absolutely does.
Back to the bounties, though, real quick. Like, if you think about it, like if the bounty is a third of the buy-in, that's like a third of a starting stack. Like if you're thinking about your pot odds.
I mean, are you just you're just thinking I'm free rolling when I've got a few bounties?
Like I'm thinking like I'm getting an overlay on my pot odds. Like it's not a question of how many bounties I have in front of me.
An overlay on your pot odds.
Yeah, it's not just the tournament chips that I stand to win. Like, it's that extra equity in the form of the bounty.
Wow. Well, I want to hear what chat thinks about that. An overlay on my pot odds. That I've never heard that put in a sentence together.
Yeah, that's how I've heard it described.
You're
by
mixing
others.
two streams there.
Yeah, that's
pot odds and
you're getting extra. Like you're getting extra on top of the odds that you normally get from the chips that are getting put in.
You're getting
The bounty
honey on your
represents
peanut
extra.
butter. Yeah, I get it.
Which is the tricky thing. Like when you're the short stack, you don't have that benefit when you're facing a spot.
Yeah.
3 players.
It will also get you called a little bit more often by the bigger stacks if you're putting a bunch of money in. We see JY turning the heart draw.
Yep. Has a chance now to come from behind.
Man, he picks up a gutter.
Really interesting check by Dolly Man. Don't know what exactly.
He's concerned about a 3.
Yeah, I get it, but what 3 do you put maybe ace 3 you put your opponent on?
We also do have 2 opponents who are in the net game, heads up.
That's a good point.
So there is the chance that these guys just lose. Never mind, Dolly Man folds the best
gives
hands.
up the best hand.
What I was going to say was there's every chance that these two lose their mind
Yeah.
and we get to profit.
Yeah.
And Manny's going to fold, which means Manny's going to lose the net game.
Manny lost the net game.
Manny also only had 9 high, so I understand the folds.
Oh my gosh.
Reverend, the 10K mystery bounty in the series this year, it's on the schedule somewhere. I remember just because there's a satellite the day before.
175.
It's actually 200.
It should be 2.
It's on that schedule somewhere.
Oh, it's 200 now because there's another player. It was
I may have to give Manny a hard time about that one. I really thought it was impossible for him to lose the net game.
The 10K mystery bounty of the series, that's on June 1st.
Oh, okay.
That's the same day as the No Limit Deuce. Also, it's a 10K. I'm not playing at 10K. Only 10K I'm playing is the main. If I win a satellite.
10 is on. Live 10. 20 is
Maybe
on.
I win the satellite the night before. If it's the mystery bounty's at 10K.
And you would
the night
really go
before,
put that
the
10K
night
on
before
the.
there's a satellite. That's if it's a 10K no
like-
one holding satellite,
Yeah.
Don't remind him.
which I would use on the main, not the mystery
I
bounty.
started saying you use that on the main anyway.
No, I'm using that on the main for sure.
Fold. Seat 30.
I'm gonna tip you. This is incredible.
I was figuring out what nights I want to have open for satellites, and that's
I probably had
the night the 30th. That would be one of the nights.
I got plenty of guys trying to hit.
Like I try to be available for some of the mixed satellites, like especially the games they like, and then the PLO that they go.
That's what happens,
And
dude.
then,
It's a cycle.
Once we get close to the main, they run a bunch of 1100 satellites for 10K. Like on the off nights, it's like 580
Yeah,
for
you
5K
can
or
straight up
something.
kill a brother with those, dude.
I'm not as
It's 2
interested in
pair
that.
for TM on an all red board.
That's a good flop for
It was
TM.
really just
Yeah,
that
that's
one
pretty
nail.
good
You
flop.
had
Too bad nobody
straight
else
up
has anything.
crack snorting nail, man.
You
had
see the
one
two
that was
hands like that that are not going to get called.
Just take it, Terry. Just take it.
I was gonna order food, but I probably should have just had a push service.
Got second in one of those. Good for him.
I'll-
And then, of course, yeah, there's a bunch of other casinos that run series during the summer, and I just play those as I feel like and as they're games that I like.
Yeah.
So I can't say for sure what I'd be playing where and when. Sort of the flexibility, though, of having the car. I can drive wherever.
It's doing good.
Get it in with that raggedy shit.
Yeah, got summer baseball coming up. So
10 is on. 20 is on.
hopefully Kiddo does good in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You coaching or anything, or?
Yeah, I was going to throw up the hijack banner, but it's disappeared. Just to remind y'all, check out the hijack poker. I believe our TCH promo is
I'm a really
done.
loud clapper in the stands.
So
Yeah.
always keep in mind you can play poker anytime, play
No,
it
it's,
inexpensively, and cash in at any TCH location in Texas. This is TCH Social in
I'm
Austin.
the one that decides
Double
when
T
to
here
clap
with
where it's
Will,
legitimate.
Lottie, the New York Nets, Ayatollah of
They're too
Foldola.
small bleachers for that.
That's my new one
It
for you,
looks more
Lottie.
of
What do you
like
think?
a spaz. You know?
I'm not sure. I'm definitely not an Ayatollah. Aces get the job done there.
You don't remember that from Mad Max, the Ayatollah rock and roller?
I have not seen Mad Max.
Oh, son. Mad Max?
Yeah, 25 for each one.
Such a great movie.
Rebels only 10K would be the main. Yeah, same here, man.
5, 10.
Yeah. Why would you do anything else? You walk into 10K. Why would you? Yeah.
Yeah, Orleans does something every weekend. Yeah, Orleans has a bunch of small mixed events.
Have you
So
been
does
there?
Golden Nugget. I've been to Orleans.
I have not. That's one of the few that I have not gone into. Is Nice Poker Room?
It's lived in. That whole casino is lived in.
Yeah, lived in. That's what I always say about Treasure Island.
In more ways than one.
Treasure Island, the first year it was open, I went in there and it looked lived in.
Sounds about right.
Oh no.
Generally, if the casino doesn't have a
the
poker
bets
room,
on.
you're not going to see me in there.
Me either.
Unless I'm staying there.
I think we went for a show or something. There's too many kids. Too many kids.
WSLP has deuce to 7.
You were just talking about the triple
yeah,
draw.
The no limit is, I think, the first weekend of the series. The triple draw is sometime in June.
A side of Brussels sprouts.
And yeah, Ivy won a bracelet last year on the triple draw.
All right, there are all the Broadway cards just about.
And new net game here.
Yep, just started a
Manny
new
and
net
TM.
game.
Hold on, sweet iced tea. I get one of those.
Here are queens for TM. Out flopping Manny.
Thank you. Awesome, thanks.
I'm going to try have this chorizo pasta here. It's really good.
TM continues for 280.
Yeah.
Oh, Nit Button's back out now. I missed the splash pot while I was on potty.
What's the
That's what I
splash
called you
pot?
back for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the
you
one where
had.
you were in.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't miss that.
Nice bowl.
Lost memory there.
TM will be the first player to release the nid button.
Buttons, right? Whose is this? Yeah, you took the wrong one.
And Aria has holding tournaments every day, Monday tournaments. Those were really popular. You gotta get there early if you don't want to be an alternate. That is a nice room.
I like Aria.
What?
That is beautiful.
$10.
I'd like it a lot better if I didn't have to pay to park at MGM
Wait,
properties.
hold on, guys. Before we do anything,
But
it's actually
why
a
don't you
bomb
just
pot
like
this
park
game.
wherever you stay and then Uber?
25
Because
up.
Ubering costs money. I'm trying not to spend
Parking
money.
costs money.
And I'm too lazy to walk to Aria.
Oh, where do
From
you
the-
usually stay? Pretty close.
Well, I'm staying off strip.
I'm measuring your laziness
Yeah, I'm
here.
staying off strip.
Okay.
And also, I can park for free at Caesar's properties. I have enough status for that.
Oh, wow.
I think Vegas has been nickel and diming people to death, and
You mean corporate Vegas is nickel and diamond people? As we have a bomb pot here. And 17
set of threes for Kevin.
immediately.
Check C1, check C2, check C3, check C4, check C5, check C6.
Nut heart draw for Bones.
Mhm.
JY with the 10 high club draw and the gutter.
Bet C7.
Not much else.
All C8.
Yeah, the ace king of clubs are solo in the other hand, so even if the club hits, we probably won't get much action on it.
All C3, all C4.
TM does 100
Service over here, y'all.
on his
I think you needed service.
She just got it.
me? No. Yeah.
Absolute
I
heart
don't know if that's correct. Okay, so
5 players. 5.
don't really know what he's betting there. Does get called by Manny.
See an ace show up on the bottom.
Yeah.
So
Check C3.
Bones picks up an ace on the bottom, which is not really going to help him since there's
Yeah.
a set there already.
5 players.
Really, Kevin's got all the equity
Check
on one
through.
side of the
9 of diamonds, king of diamonds.
8-10. 8-10 is blocked by the 10s and the 8s in different hands.
9.
So the nuts is not there for the top board.
Jacks for Manny on the top board.
Yeah.
Set of threes on the bottom for Kevin.
Boy, there's just not much in this. Kevin has got the check mark, and Manny's got the check mark, and neither one with much.
Not enough to do any betting.
No, everybody's going to check around on this one.
TM has kings and queens.
Yeah, but Broadway's there.
Oh, no, check C. Check C7.
He's going to check. He's not
Yeah.
going to try and bluff at it. Also threes, kings and queens and threes.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah.
on the top though. Just a 5.
I don't really understand. Oh, Jack Deuce. That's why. Okay. I was
Yeah.
looking at the 9-7
And
of
Jackson-
Bones.
Yeah, that's right. He has 2 pair, jacks
Yeah,
and deuces.
Jack Deuces. The 9-7 otherwise would have been good for Bones, but okay. Who's officially going to get the tank time here? I want to see that stat again. That was hilarious.
Oh, it's on Manny? Yeah.
That's a new one to me. They must
I
have just rolled
don't
that out.
remember. Yeah.
Showdown.
Didn't know it
guys, showdown.
existed.
I see 7-9 for 2 pair up top. I see Jack Deuce for a higher 2 pair up top. I see a set of threes on the bottom. Jack
Folks, this is what your dealer should do. I'm going to call out our dealer here is doing this really well. He's waiting. He's calling out what he sees, and he's waiting for somebody to say, no, I have a better 2 pair. In case he misses something, don't tell him what the hands are. Let them tell you. If they don't say anything, then this is just my only time that I'll say I'll correct the dealer. I'll say, dealer, what do you see? If they're not taking control of a bomb pot like that. That's how people miss that they won a hand or they haven't won a hand.
I see something I'm going to speak up.
I do
when
too.
the cards are tabled, it is everyone's job to make sure that the best hand that's been tabled gets the pot.
This is the time that the dealers do want your help because it is so easy, 4 or 5-handed card rollover to get it right.
Rebel suggests I park at Caesars. I'm much too lazy to do that. I still have to drag myself from Caesars to Aria. That's not happening.
But Caesars is a big property. That's a long walk in that.
And the what's on the ass ends of it relative to where Aria is.
You're right. Yeah, good point.
And there's like a bunch of other crap between Caesars and Aria.
Yeah, the former Mrs.
By which
Gardner
I mean
and I,
Cosmo.
Yeah, the former Mrs. Gardner and I, because she loved them all, would stay at Caesars. And
yeah,
I would leave the property. She would never leave the property. Too far to walk for everything. And you, especially in the summer.
Rebel only in Baltimore.
Very
Only, in short deck maybe.
Or in Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore. You
don't remember that incident?
No. I guess I don't know what I'm talking. Nines.
Yeah, that's a reference that he's making. Nines have the best hand and they have a cutter.
Bet 8, 350.
Yep, he did the 7.
And
then he's going to bet it. He's probably going to get it through. All those overcards to the 3s. No draws.
Nice.
And he is not going to be the loser of the knit button or the knit game this time around. Well, all of you, thank you for joining us. This is TCH Social in Austin. It's a Wednesday night. We're playing a 5-5 uncapped with the knit game as a splash pot and bomb pots.
We have a 10. We have
appreciate
a 20.
you joining us tonight. We always appreciate your comments. We've been talking a lot of WSOP tonight. If you're not playing in the WSOP, come visit us.
Oh, no.
Play cash.
was just asking a question about what
This is Uncle T. I've got Will Lottie, the New York Net, the Long Island Lasher.
We won't nickel and dime you, not like Vegas.
No, we will not. No rake. And really good food at a much more reasonable price. Much more reasonable. I had a wonderful meal and 2 Guinness last night for essentially $20. Although the first beer was on somebody else, so I got to throw that in. Ace 10 for Kevin. Suited. Ace deuce for Bones, suited.
I don't know. I've never heard of this game.
So if you win 3 hands in a row, everyone pays you $20.
If you win 3 hands in a row, wow.
So that Baltimore incident, that was on some big game?
That was at a final table at a circuit event.
Wow.
Glove draw for Kevin. Gutter for Bones.
So basically, once you go on, if you keep winning, you keep getting $20.
That's pretty fun.
That's an awesome game.
You have more incentive to keep winning.
Yeah.
I like that. After the third, that's good.
Oh, but you got to get them in a row. In a row.
3 in a row.
Yeah, and then the 4th, and then the 5th, and then beer tape. That's good. That's fun.
Yeah.
Bones making a bet here to take the betting lead.
Yeah, you get extra whatever.
Looks like he's going to get a call from Kevin. Of course he would. Bones has the draw to the 4.
Heads up.
Doesn't want to hit an ace. King comes off on the turn.
Okay.
And then one guy, he did it like he got 4 5s in a row. Because when you're on fire and before the 5th hand, you can just basically jam.
We used to play that fire truck game.
Fire truck?
Fire truck. You just pass the fire truck to someone who's won 3.
Oh, it's the same thing?
Same thing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can we tell Uncle T that? Until production, we're looking for a fire truck.
Yeah.
And he's going to bet it. Looks like about 800. 700.
Yeah, like a little flame.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for Kevin to call. There's just, this is the problem with, calling twice with just a draw like this. Now, Kevin also is considering The 5-3-9 he bet. Does he have a pair already? Was this a really good board for tens? Running the action through his head pre-flop. And he's going to make the call. He may think the ace is good right here and just doesn't believe Bones has a king or a pair over nines.
Almost 2,700 in the middle.
And now
Bones.
Kevin hits, although not in the way that he would have liked.
Bones missing the straight draw. Kevin already had the best hands.
Yeah, he did. Had it all along.
Does Bones go for the triple barrel?
He's capable. And this pot size, he's going to have to go large.
Might even have to go for all of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With 29 behind and, you know, just a bit over the pot right now.
Yeah, let me get some noise ready. Start tipping.
Looks like he's counting out a more value-ish bet, 1,700. And he does make it. So 2/3 pot.
Two.
Yep. $1,800. Yeah.
So about 2/3.
Yeah, 2/3 pot.
Kevin with second pair, and Kevin with the misdraw that he would want Bones to have.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Kevin letting it go. Well done, Bones. With the triple
really
off.
good play. Really good play. I'm going to have to pick his brain about why did he choose that bet sizing? I mean, what would you guess his bet sizing was trying to rep there?
Probably something like the top pair
Ace
or
king.
over pair.
Yeah. I don't know if the action pre-flop it really indicated an ace king as much, but yeah.
Certainly like flopped over pairs that weren't afraid of the king.
Yeah, it certainly didn't rep a draw, you know, of any kind. Yeah, that was not really about the cards in Bones' hands then.
That's what I do when I fall the gutter too.
Perhaps also gave Kevin a range that's going to fold to a river bet.
It's your 10, by the way.
Like club draws, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both got our pearls from Kevin.
What's that?
We both got our pearls from Kevin.
Yeah.
Right.
Isn't that nice?
Those are tough to get.
You don't see Bones smile too often. He's a very, very
Right?
even-tempered, having played tournaments with him primarily, very even-tempered, quick thinker, but he's a little happy right now. Happy with the way he played that hand.
Thank you very much.
I would be too. Ace queen for JY.
Seat 3, 300 now.
Looks like he's going to come over the top for a lot more. Yep, 300.
Action here. 300.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we're gonna play that for $300.
Let
Fold
that
seat
one
4.
go.
Fold seat 8.
Fucking around.
Fold seat 1. Shows ace queen.
Takes it down.
What's up, money?
And we're on to hand number 21.
I learned that.
Not going to have to sweat the heads up portion of the net game this time.
Yep. Do we call this the Deion Sanders hand or the Wood Brothers hand?
Hand number 21, definitely the Wood Brothers.
I agree. I knew
Deion
where you'd go on that.
Deion gets enough attention these days.
Yeah, really.
Not
Yeah.
to mention his kids.
Yeah, dude, who would have thought that a father's ego could affect his son's pocketbook so much?
And, I mean, his son had a mediocre record in a mediocre team, so.
Yeah. But honestly, I think that was a lot of people not wanting to deal with Deion.
Yeah.
You know, I can remember during the days, as we see another ace queen pop up, the days of Drew Rosenhaus, and he was repping T.O. and a number of the players.
Next question.
You don't like him?
No, his the famous next question press
Oh
conference.
yes, that's right. I forgot about that. Next question.
As T.O.'s
There were
doing push-ups.
GMs that didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
So I get it.
And I think that's who the other kid hired as his agent, actually.
Probably. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he got smart. He realized he was costing himself money by being so out front.
Like if I'm a head coach, I'm thinking Dion's going to try and get me fired at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I think Dion's smarter than that. I don't think he would take that out front kind of, what is the basketball player dad that is such a...
LeVar Ball.
Who? Yes, Lamar. Lamar?
I think.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't think he's that bad. And even that guy is taking a back seat for a while. He's kind of kept his mouth shut. They eventually learn.
Or the kids tell him to back off.
I hope so. I hope so. I can't really see Shedeur doing that with his dad. I mean, nobody doubts his dadness, you know, his being a really good dad, but...
Yeah, Shedeur's also just not as good at football as some other quarterbacks, probably.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
The only ranked team he ever beat in college shouldn't have been ranked.
Yeah, but again, that's a Colorado building a program under Dion. I mean, I think he was. If he had gone somewhere else, I think he would have been probably a much better quarterback.
Like some of the other reports that you hear, like allegations that he was taking sacks to pad his completion stats.
Wow, I didn't hear that one. Looks like we're going to get a call from Rishi with a very, very interesting hand. And Optimize with the real hand does call.
This is called let's get rid of the knit button.
And as always, it's in the middle of chicken, and this is why you don't eat at the table.
Something for everyone here. Everybody has a straight draw.
Yeah, everybody's got it. That's exactly right. 7s are in play. 8s are in play. 10s are in play. He is eating chicken. He always eats roasted chicken. Rebel. And I actually like that Optimize does this because he doesn't end up. You know, there's an equation if you're eating, you fold more often. He doesn't allow this to affect him.
Yeah, but then playing a hand means strength.
It does.
Every meal, carve out some time for a bluff.
Well, these players watch him do this a lot, so I don't know if they'd give him credit for being stronger. They do get Rishi out of the hand.
That's why it's calling. He does have overs to go with his gutter. Deuce of clubs will give Dollyman the club draw to go with his
combo draw
gutter.
now. And it's small blind versus big blind. Blind versus blind crime.
Check C5.
Goes check. And the club gets there. And it gets there for Optimize as well. Wow. So this pot's going to get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, Optimize probably has to pay off a river bet.
Yeah, I mean, this is backdoor clubs. And that's what Optimize is thinking about that right now. He is going to make a value bet, probably about 400.
Yeah.
350? 450?
Yeah.
450.
But they in Oklahoma, they were down. Those are the guys that played with from San Antonio. He left early to go watch it on Sunday, and then now they're up.
Because of the smallness of the clubs, well, he's got third nuts. Yeah, maybe not. I was about to say, is this just a call for you?
Where do we try and get paid by with a raise?
Yeah.
Queen 10, which we block. Optimize probably doesn't have a set as played. Probably doesn't have two pairs played. And any raise is going to commit you if you get jams on.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like you're in favor of just smooth here.
You could justify calling here. I think you either call or shove.
Wow.
Given the effective stack size, if we're going to raise, I think all in is the size that makes sense.
So it's feature table, World Series. What do you do here?
That's a different animal. A tournament with ICM is a different animal than a cash game.
I knew that answer was coming too. Totally different. Looks like he's sizing up just a call. No, it's going bigger. I see the orange chip involved.
5, 16.
Not quite all of it. Perhaps not realizing just how short the effective stack is on the other side.
Yeah.
After that tank? Really?
Yeah, I almost speculated. Optimize is sitting there thinking he's thinking about whether he should call or not, and then he comes over the top.
Like
that always
working up
throws
the
me
courage
off
tank.
when I've got that in my head.
I don't know.
It's going to be just under 1,200 more to see what Zaliman has.
My spidey senses say call. My brain says fold. Fold.
Yeah.
Listens to his brain, not his spidey sense.
Yeah. And he shows. So.
Well, he gets rid of his knit button by showing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Duh. That's me forgetting about the knit. That was such an interesting layout of that. You know, talking to Greg Vail, he was talking about the way somebody throws their chips in too. And that really projected strength. It was almost a disregarding of this. Like I'm not. You know, I try to keep that in mind sometimes when I put my bets out.
What a river card! What a river card that was.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those. Good point.
Yeah, Queen 10, dude.
Yeah, they're not boring tonight.
Yeah, King 10 has not been a very successful hand, but we've seen it on a lot of hands. It's gotten raised, it's gotten beaten, it's missed, and then it's gotten rivered a couple of times. Kevin, you know, with his 10 at the end, with ace 10.
60.
Raise, seat 1. 6.
Good rivers.
And Rebel, I don't know if he ordered the roasted chicken tenders a la carte or not. Or
Yes,
if
he
ordered
always
as part
does
of
a la
meal.
carte.
He orders it a la carte, okay.
He is not a carb guy right now. He is eating, well, it looks like he got it broccoli or something. Yeah, he's trying to keep the carbs down.
Zaliman with another hand. He's got jacks. Goes for the 3-bet. And gets it through. Doesn't have to show this time. No longer having a knit button.
You might want to write this down.
Yeah, everyone's right. Noted. Noted.
Well, folks, once again, thanks for joining
Got a lot of
us.
viewers right now.
And 24,
Good tip for them,
5-5
Write
uncapped.
that down.
Not quite as crazy as it got a few weeks ago with the buy-ins, but you can see who the winners are. Manny's up because of an immediate
13, very grateful.
all-in bomb pot, first hand of the day. JY's down.
Manny Bones and Zaliman all looking good, but we're not even an hour and a half into this, so there's still plenty of time for this game to get off the hook.
Yeah, Dolly, it was all in and then made it all back fairly quickly. So lots can happen in this game. Got a good lineup tonight. Like it.
We'll be with you until around 10:30 Central Time tonight. Since our delay had a delay,
We had a
bonus delay.
a rain delay, a weather delay.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna
A
call it.
delay. That's what we had.
Yeah,
And so,
a
yeah,
delay
we'll be with
delay.
you a little bit later.
A delayed delay.
Yeah.
Hi, Sean, right? I'm Aaron. Good to meet you. How are you? I'm up in about 2K pot. I'm like 1,000 up. I'm up
Hello,
about
Kiwi.
Nice.
Good to see you.
I lost the very first hand. It was 1,600.
Kiwi somewhere, I guarantee you, is not
I double up for 2,100.
100 degrees.
4,200, then I lost a little bit.
Yeah,
I
probably a
actually
big cooler in that part of the world this time of year.
I was just trying
Out
to
damn
down
time.
early because we have a thing where
Rishi has shoved with the ace-10 suited.
everybody.
Yeah, I think this is our first pre-flop all in.
Oh, I 3 bet with 7-10 of clubs. Flop I've got shot, so I bet 275 on the flop against 2 people. One guy called.
Is this a pretty big sizing?
He's gonna check it.
And
River, I got flush. He bets 4.
like anything that is continuing is going to have you crushed.
Almost called.
You know, why do you think you would? Why would you push all in on a $400
Whatever.
pot? Like
Part of
that?
it's to end it now. Part of it's to get rid of our knit button.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. We're down to just a few knit buttons, but yeah, that seems like a big risk to me. You're typically only getting called with better hands.
Yeah, I think you're only getting called with better hands.
Yeah, you're right. It's not even typically. I should
Anything
leave
that calls is is crushing you.
Yeah. And he's going to get the tank lead. Although the Optimize did tank a little bit. Actually, the tank came with the aggression move, the raise. So I don't know if that qualifies as a tank if you take a long time and then raise. That's not a tank.
That's still a tank.
Is it still
you
a tank?
tanked and then you raised.
Yeah, tank raise. 16 degrees C here, or 61. Oh, that's
61 in freedom units. Okay, that's a pretty cool,
yeah,
pretty reasonable temperature.
Oh, it's beautiful. I love that. It was 60 degrees in the morning here. I love sitting outside with my morning coffee.
Yeah, too bad it wasn't 60 degrees. It was like 70 something overnight.
You talking about this morning I went outside and I immediately went back in.
It was toasty this evening.
Yeah, that's one thing you kind of have to get used to in Texas is sitting outside in the morning and you're still sweating. You know, Rebel, I 100% agree. I love Monte Cristos. I'm going to tell Chef, great idea. There's the idea of the night. If I don't get a better comment, you're going to get the merchandise, Rebel. I love. Do you like a Monte Cristo?
I'm not a drinker.
No days
It's
off.
not a drink. It's a sandwich.
Is it? I'm not a Monte Cristo guy. Clearly.
I'm not a drinker. Yeah, it's a sandwich that's it's fried, and then you dip it in a sweet raspberry. I think it's raspberry sauce. Oh, it's awesome. It's good for breakfast. Good late at night. Great food. Rebel will probably give you a better description of it. I'm going to tell the chef. Yeah, chef is. I always give him feedback on what people tell me about the food here, and it's usually wonderful. I may ask for a Monte Cristo.
Pair of 6 is the best hand for TM.
Yeah, that's about all. Second pair may bet here. He is a small blind out of position against the low jack and the high jack.
He checked it already.
He did? Okay, didn't see that.
225. Bet seat for 225.
That's why Lottie's looking at the check statements and I'm looking at the players.
225 from Optimize, tossing out that C bet. And TM's got enough to continue.
Yeah, I
He
think
does
so.
have the back door to go with the pair.
Yeah. He wants to see another card, I get that.
JY just has back doors. He's going to get out of the way, and I think the graphics have these players reversed. I do see a 7 on the turn, so that is 2 pair for TM.
And ghost check.
4 on the end. 3,
5.
4, 5, 6, 7 is a straight for Optimize.
5 is good. He comes from behind. Unfortunate for TM. He's a little bit down for the night.
Bet seat 7, 800. 800.
Certainly Optimize won't be folding straight here. The question is, do we put him in for the rest? And I think the answer is yes.
Optimized jams. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And he also knows who he's up against.
And like it's basically a min raise, like with the effective stack size being TM's $1,000 behind.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is also, I think, optimized understanding that going this big, it's not only the pot size, but also TM being a pretty sticky player if he puts him on exactly something like 2 pair. And again, with the clubs, it's hard to imagine that Optimize was not either betting his club or, that this looks a bit like a misdraw, being aggressive in position.
He flicks it in, and he's going to get stacked by Optimize.
Yep.
Not a lot that he could do there.
It's so hard to imagine in your mind how your opponent could have a 5 there other than 5s.
And you price yourself in with that.
Yeah. And the check on the turn.
That's the best hand.
A free card. Yeah.
So it's midday where Kiwi is. You know what? I'm jealous that you're closer to the weekend than we are.
No, it's not midday. It's mid tomorrow.
12:50. Yeah, midday. I didn't say what day. I didn't say what day.
It's mid tomorrow.
It's midday somewhere.
Yeah, all I know is I'm a little PO'd right now, Rebel, because you've got more sleep than I have. You have already. Yeah, not Rebel, Kiwi. There you go, Rebel. It's a ham sandwich, and the whole thing is battered and fried.
Yeah.
But a light fry. It's not like big, thick. Really good.
Right.
I remember during the pandemic, we were like a morning show. We were a midday show in Australia. We had a lot of Australian viewers.
Oh, we had a ton.
Some New Zealand viewers.
Yeah.
Imagine us as morning DJs. Here's the latest song from Taylor Swift.
Never Taylor Swift. No.
On KTCH.
Are you a Swiftie?
No, I am not. That was the first popular artist that came to mind. I don't know what the latest hits are. I don't know.
No, I'd be like that. I'd be more like the Earl Bailey.
Queen 8.
You know Earl Bailey?
Yeah, the guy on the satellite radio.
Yeah, he's 186 years old.
Yeah. I'm trying to do generic radio DJ here.
Yeah. I'm more of an Earl Bailey guy.
More make it till you make it.
Earl Bailey.
They all sound like local radio is dead.
With the Rolling Stones asking the question, whatever he does. Or Jose Feliciano asking, "Can I light your fire?" I grew up with the DJ, the Casey Kasems and all that, in the early morning radio stations of Dallas-Fort Worth. So. As we play our bomb pot, our third bomb pot. So we're looking for a queen and we're looking for 3-6. 3-6 is spade.
Bet for 200.
Can
we get an exorcist over to JY's seat, please? Seat number 3. Can we get an exorcist?
Oh, yeah. I was like, what did he do? Yeah, really good hand for Optimize here. He's got the second nut flush draw and a queen with a couple of overcards. Yeah, top trips with overcards. And there's no other
gutter.
Queen. Yeah, and a gutter. Oh, yeah, good point. Ace-5.
He has scoopability.
He has scoopability. That sounds like a word that Arnold Schwarzenegger would say. Show me your scoopability.
Call 2, fold 3. There we go.
I take credit for that word. And
you should.
That is flop straight for bones, by the way.
Wow.
Which gets a little bit worse with this 3 of clubs on the turn. His straight no longer the nuts.
Yeah.
Does have the club draw on the top. That is potentially not good.
Yeah, and Optimize is thinking, well, I've got the wheel here as a backup plan. He does check it. The board pairs.
Clubs for bones.
Yeah, clubs, but bad clubs. These are actually 2 bad cards for these holdings.
Hey, how you
get beat by 10-4. You get,
There's not that many 10-4s, though.
Yeah, there's not. That's
especially with the 4 sitting on the bottom board.
Yeah, you're great. You're right. You are correct. He's going to bet 250.
Yeah, Optimize should feel okay betting this. And Bones should not feel quite as good about calling here.
You said clubs, so that's not correct on our board. There is clubs on the
I
bottom.
thought we had clubs on the bottom.
I agree.
And in any case, Bones' straight would be the better hands on bottom anyway. And he's going to flick it in.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, we got a
ace
choppy.
Queen for trips up top.
Oh,
See
what is
six
that?
For the straight on
3-6.
It'll be a chop, guys. A straight on.
Yeah, that was... Okay, so that was a straight. That wasn't a
Yeah,
third
there
club.
was
My
not
mistake.
clubs.
We need 4 color jacks.
We do.
But anyway, yeah,
Although I
Bones had
hate the way
bottom.
that
Supposed to
looks
have, you know,
when I play.
like a sad
Half here. Half here.
Rebel says his has turkey instead of ham doused with powdered sugar. Oh, that's a good point. Again, the raspberry sauce is what gets me. Ooh, and with garlic fries. Rebel. Oh my gosh. Now I've got to go get some food. You got me inspired.
20 is on live 20.
What do I got the game for you, buddy? What do I got the game
There was
for
a
you?
food truck in Seattle that had the best garlic, the garlic rosemary fries.
Garlic rosemary. See, I like the garlic parmesan fries.
Those are good too.
Yeah,
Give me either of those.
yeah. I like those a lot. Gosh, can we stop talking about food now? Let's go back to the Rolling Stones, Kiwi.
And the flush draw was supposed to come
You're
through.
making
I don't
me
know if you
hungry.
noticed, but I
I'm
had
going to have to go get
a
cheesecake.
flush
I
draw.
had a flush draw too.
Yeah, it was inferior. Mine was the better.
I got something you can note, bud.
Over to the Rolling Stones, lamenting their lack of satisfaction.
That's a good line. That's pretty good. You still had a horrible radio accent, unless you were up in Long Island. But yeah, it was pretty. That was
Guys, I
pretty good.
saw him. I'm gonna have to flip him. 3 of diamonds.
I'll have to ask
7,
Kenny if
4
he's listening. Kenny having a radio broadcasting degree. How does Will sound as Earl Bailey?
shows.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm trying to do anybody in particular.
Thievery.
Right.
Thievery indeed.
I'll snatch this. And we have 200.
Raise and take it for Kevin. And did we just have a net game loser?
I don't know. I think there's 2 out
What was
there.
it, Kevin White?
Yeah,
that
there's
just
2.
lost the net game?
Possibly.
I think I just saw 2 black chips go to the middle,
Yeah,
and
Kevin
I think
Creekmore-
Kevin White lost the net game.
Yeah, he did. Rex.
Do we want to put the new Nick games out
Your turn.
again?
No,
or wait?
no.
Yeah.
Let's give it a break.
So we're going to play a splash pot,
Play it every fucking day.
crumbled chicken
You're
puffs.
20 if you want.
All right?
Feel like you're 20.
You know what that is?
Crumbs, chicken puffs. I'm not sure I've ever seen
Crumbed,
those,
not
but
crumbled. Crumbed.
that sounds potentially appealing.
Yes, but what is a chicken puff? Is that like chicken?
Maybe
with
maybe
gas?
it's. I wonder if it's similar to what we call popcorn chicken.
Oh,
But we have to Google this now.
yeah.
I'm Googling this. I'm on top of
Tall,
this.
feet 3.
Yeah. Crumb. I mean, chicken puffs just sounds like a hen with a gastrointestinal problem to me. Crumb chicken puffs. Certainly the salad and garlic sauce.
Okay, this is what comes up. This is what comes up on
Oh,
Google.
those are what we call empanadas.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean in Mexico and in South America, those are called empanadas. They're like smaller hot pies, but with chicken. You usually get them. I get them with Arnejo, just rabbit.
How do you know what's
Wow,
right?
those look good.
753 all spades. Nobody has spades. Hotsmize has a slightly better pair.
Don't forget there's
All spades is going to put a cap on the action, and
And
until you get,
Hotsmize has slightly better trips.
yeah. This might get a bet out of him.
That's 4. 200. Call.
Oh, so Kiwi's seeing it.
Yeah, okay, like maybe Kiwi's part of the world has different names for these things.
Yeah.
And now Optimize gets the Nightmare River pairing the 7. Like, he's got the undervote.
Yeah.
And Manny has 3 pair. Yay.
Yay. Yeah, this is one of those hands.
And he's going to dare Manny to call for a shot.
Yeah. I make a boat. I'm going to bet it always.
And this is the splash pot, so a little extra in there. And he's showing the ace, letting it go.
Yeah.
Optimize going to get some money here.
Get the world, huh?
Yeah, counterfeited 3 was not much to show. So he's going to leave it mysterious.
That wasn't the run out you wanted.
All right, we need to stop talking about food. Yeah, so what we were seeing, Kiwi, was a triangular-shaped pastry that's what we would call an empanada, which is a Spanish word. And that looked really good. But you're saying that popcorn chicken is actually, because that's small chicken pieces that you can finger food, not the size of piece popcorn.
I said that flop was great.
Ooh.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, back to poker. Ace Jack,
Playing
Dolly
that
Man.
stuff, man.
Thank
He's
God.
going to lead out for 7-5.
Can't forget.
Under the gun. Actually, low jack. King 10, which has been the hand of the night,
And
suited for
system
Kevin
coming
Steve.
back?
Unsure.
Interesting. We don't have the big game back on yet.
No, yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, one of the players just mentioned that.
You like
I'm
the
bringing
big
that
game,
up.
huh?
Another spade flop. Optimized with the only spade. Misses everyone. Creek's going to bet it. Either repping spades made or a big spade. And he's going to take it down.
You gonna show that bullshit?
Yeah, 2 spades.
King, queen,
Real
no
Steve.
spades.
Also having watermelon water.
King 10, no spades.
No spades.
There is a company here in the United States
Thank you, my
called Bai, B-A-I. They make a watermelon Bai water that I love.
That's pretty
Oh my
much
gosh, Rebel, you're killing me. I love mango salsa.
unsolicited delivery of Coke Zero by the man. And he said, now I'll be on
You
top
get
of
to
that.
keep. You get to keep the 20 on too.
All right, hand number 30. As you can see that almost everybody's up some except for Kevin
Low-key, I
Y
was thinking about ordering
and
Coke
JY. Both of them are out a couple of K.
You heard that?
Yeah, I'm not that.
Right off the mic.
What?
Tell Doug he can seat open.
Well, you know, he doesn't want to play with all the pros, as he puts it. I don't know. I don't really know who he's talking about. Bones is obviously the closest thing, and he's in the early stages of dementia, so.
You sure he's not calling you every day?
Like middle stages.
Yeah.
That's
Yellow for as long
Not
as I
much
have
for either
range of
player.
Yeah.
Not to mention all the weed and drugs and shit.
And he does take his
That's the only thing
position.
keeping charge.
It doesn't actually.
Makes a bet,
Let's
takes it
restart
down.
the Nick game.
all right. Do you guys want to restart the Nick game?
Once again, everybody, this is Uncle T, my partner, William Lottie, the New York Net, the Long Island Lasher, the Ayatollah of Foldola. Just taking a break.
They
That's
are working on.
Find out.
There's
just
a player coming
enjoying a hot Wednesday
You guys wanna
night,
wait till they get
Austin,
here?
Texas,
You got somebody
5-5,
coming? Yeah.
uncapped, live stream.
If they do, yeah.
But happy for all of you that are in the chat. Chat with us. We've been talking food. I'm trying not to think about food at this minute. Kiwi and Rebel are killing me.
Fun. That was
you go.
quick.
Somebody bring up a poker question. I'm trying not to look at the chat board right now.
Wow.
Great.
Looks like we're going to get Steady Eddie in.
Guess not your night when the guy
As TM is out.
down on the river gets it all.
Eddie Money. Yeah, there you go.
Steady Eduardo, my buddy.
Two.
Probably just stick to your shit.
Huh?
Probably just stick to your shit.
Well,
I get it.
yeah. Can't say I blame him. I imagine he had a.
King 10 again shows up. And he's going to call the King Queen. So whoever gets the Queen or the 10 wins the hand. Oh, and they both flop straight draws, not much else. Manny does have the backdoor clubs. He's going to lead out, being the pre-flop aggressor, and get a fold. That's why you do that.
That's right. here. We'll wait till he gets back to the game stuff.
Yes, please.
Ball C8. Gold 9. Raise C1. 50 fold. Fold 2. Fold 3.
I'm not going to answer, Rebel, but I have.
Ball 8. Your heads up.
Usually because I'm hungry and I just want to leave the tournament. Both players make sevens. Neither have a kicker that's worth talking about.
Heads up to the turn. Bet. Sunday 110.
Killing me, Rebel. Killing me. Just when I get you away from your like Michael Corleone and the Third Godfather, just when I think I'm out, you bring me back in.
Sure.
No, I didn't. Oh, okay. I know, it's 10 years. That's pretty cool. You want to play the next game?
So Steady Eddie coming into the 7th seat has joined us. Don't have his
He's not ready.
stack quite yet. Looks like he's putting about 1,500 or more in front of him. Full table once again.
I hear how things are going in there. Come on, man.
You'll be big.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Need the wide angle.
He'll be singing. in
Iwi,
there.
what was your question? I didn't see it. Question: do you guys have crispy coconut rolls over there?
10 minutes.
Crispy coconut rolls. I don't know.
Fold 1, fold 2.
Now we have some coconut donuts and some that are fried, so that are balls of coconut. You see those at Christmas time? I am not that guy that would eat those, so probably can't speak to that. But I don't know. Crispy coconut rolls.
Has there been more food discussion since I've been gone?
You know, they won't stop. They're torturing me.
As I walk back into the booth with a pack of Oreos
Yeah.
that I
that's-
will eat off mic for everybody's benefit.
Well, you picked the one food that doesn't tempt me at all.
Never pick
Yeah, and not an Oreo guy.
No, I'm not a packaged cookie guy.
Okay.
Big 4.
It does in a pinch. You know?
I'm gonna go buy you cheesecake. That does in a pinch.
Okay.
You good for that?
I'm not looking for cheesecake. If you like cheesecake,
I
go
am
right
gonna
ahead.
order me cheesecake, and I'm gonna order you cheesecake.
No, I don't want cheesecake.
You
Thank
don't want cheesecake?
I would not like cheesecake. Thank you.
You would prefer Oreos out of a pack?
This is all I want. Like, I don't want anything heavier than a pack of Oreos. I did eat before I came here.
Oh, all right.
My mistake, apparently. And my preferred dessert here is the brownie sundae, actually. Not looking for one of those right now either.
I can see you driving to Vegas eating Oreos as Kevin wakes up with the
Oreos are
tins.
something I will probably grab at least one gas station between here and Vegas.
Is there a particularly part of America that serves better Oreos?
I haven't really kept track. Like, my main goal at a gas station on that trip these days is to not break my foot while at the gas station, but you know.
So there's a
It's
story
only
that
happened
we-
once.
It only has to happen once. Tins are still ahead. One overcard on the board. Ace-7 has got backdoor clubs. Blocker, as we were talking about earlier, Creek.
225.
Now you're tempting me. Almond chocolate cake. I can't say I've tried an almond chocolate cake, but those both sound good individually.
No, almond chocolate cake sounds awesome. We do a lot of German chocolate cake here. Of course, my mother's half German.
Heads up.
Clubs do connect, so they're a
So
little
does
bit
the
better
gutter.
to draw. Yeah, and he's got a combo. 5.
Holy
and clubs.
Comboli.
Yeah, holy Comboli. Let's have a Stromboli.
Now you're
See,
tempting
now
me again.
I'm doing it to myself at this point.
I just came from New York. There's There's so much Italian food available in New York as Rishi does River the Straight.
It gets the harder to make combo does connect.
The Italian food situation is a lot better up here than it is in Texas.
Up in New York?
Up in New York, yeah. Probably because there's probably more Italians in New York than in Texas.
So just so you know, is we've got a pretty good hand going on here.
550 from Kevin, which he's never going to see that money again.
Yep. Rishi's he's thinking about how much does he raise here.
All in.
All 1,700.
After you call it 550, you've only got 1,200 behind, and the pot's more than that.
Yeah.
All in's the only size that makes sense to me.
And he says all in.
All in. Snap call.
All in. One moment on the count.
That's where you say, nice river.
Yeah, I think Kevin's going to fold this hand. Do a bit of a card funeral.
Kevin hasn't acted yet, yeah.
1785 total. 1785.
And he does make the call.
Go down straight.
So hard to put your opponent on a 7, but that's exactly one of the hands that you'd be thinking about. It's suited ace-7.
And to answer the question about Kevin not betting, he didn't know that Rishi was so live. I think he's hoping to induce a bluff.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought that he was going to be able to get action.
Bones kind of did it too.
Sometimes they're going to get there.
Yep. So big hand for Rishi, doubles up, wins 2.2, or is up 2.2 now. Yeah, okay, so I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression. I was an Oreo kid. Oreos and milk on a summer day is really good. Really cold
that was
milk.
the one you wanted.
But
A couple different
I don't do any packaged
I'm not
food
picky.
anymore. I don't do packaged food of anything. Even on a trip, I'm more likely to get something that's local. Our fill stations, Texas, you'll see a little packaged food that's local somewhere.
What are you going to do in the middle of nowhere, Arizona, at some random tiny town?
Yeah, I mean, I will wash it down with a Mountain Dew. So, but to answer your question, so you said that the Italian food situation is better in New York, and I gave you that look that the people couldn't see, which was like no blank. So would you say that the Mexican food is better in Texas?
Yes.
Okay, so that's about as obvious as the look I gave you. It's like you got the Italian food in New York, which I love when I go to New York.
Yeah.
But people come to Texas for the Mexican or Tex-Mex.
And just like you're going to find better seafood, better Asian food in general on the West Coast.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Although there's certain East Coast seafoods that I prefer. So, all right. I've had it. Will, I'm putting my foot down. I'm going to leave this to you. I'm going to take a break, which is going to involve cheesecake ordering.
Enjoy your eventual cheesecake.
Yes, I'm going to order it and let them bring it to me. Can I get anybody on the chat something? Y'all have been killing me.
With all this conversation, I'm only one Oreo deep so far. I've got 5 Oreos to go. Like I said, I eat off my. And we got a bomb pot. So he's going to deal some cards. And Dan's going to deal some cards here. Glad things are improving for you, Kiwi. And Rebel's a fan of San Diego for seafood and Mexican food. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's next to the ocean and it's next to Mexico.
I'll let him know. So the dealer button has to stay here for the you can't be pulled back. Okay. Perfect.
That was Oreo number 2. Hope you're all enjoying.
Sorry.
Be with you through about 10:30 Central Time. We got off to a late start because, suffice it to say, our delay is longer than 15 minutes tonight.
Check 7, check 8, check 9, check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4.
Manny with way too many clubs.
9 players.
Everyone's checking. What's a big equity number? Kevin has 9s and 5s and 3s. 9s and 5s for Manny. Kevin's... Oh, he folded. And a diamond draw. Manny's $50 bet has been the herd.
Ball C5, ball 6, ball 7. 3 players.
Relays to the river. Nobody with the diamond as the front door diamonds get there on top. Steady Eddie does have the dry ace of diamonds. In a different scenario, could be nifty to bluff with. Dollyman rivering the jack 10 straight. Eddie aces and 6s up top.
Call. C5, fold. 7, showdown.
Bottom 2 pair top.
I see.
And 25 from Manny gets the pull from Dolly, and Steady folds.
And he's got 8, 10, and then
I think that becomes a scoop for Dolly. Jack 9, 5, 4 doesn't do anything.
Here's the 125.
At least it doesn't do enough. Dollyman gonna get a scoop. And Kiwi, we're all thinking of you, and
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
yeah, you'll beat it.
Come in if you want to buy the bar.
Sassy
Oh no, you can't come. You can't.
playing at Austin lately. That's good.
Oh, sorry. We have a live 10. We have a live.
Theoretically, I live near here, but in practice, I haven't been around so much to play since Trailblazer wrapped up. Last time I played was 2 weeks ago. I hopped in the No Limit Deuce game after one of these shows, and that did not go good. I got my money in good twice, and I got outrun twice. Hopefully, we don't repeat that exercise in Vegas in a couple weeks at the series. If you want to follow my WSOP hijinks, at Lottie William on Twitter and Instagram, at LAHTI William.
Fold C1, fold C2, fold C8. Black is right.
Can I get the Southwest bowl, please? And then there's no meat in there. Yeah.
Guys, now that we have all the players at the table, do we want the net game started again? Y'all first. Did they tell you about the net game? Net game, if you're the last person to win a hand, you pay $25 for everybody at the table and just splash pot for the next hand.
And don't forget to turn over your cards if you win a hand. You don't remind anybody.
Here comes another Nick game.
Please make sure you turn
Oh
it
yeah,
over.
if you remind somebody else to flip over their hand, you get an extra.
And reminding our new player, Eddie, of the rules. Every player gets a knit button. When the pot and table your hands, you release your knit button. If you remind somebody to table their hands, you get an extra knit button as a penalty. Last player with a knit button has to splash $200 into the next pot.
150.
Raise C1, 150.
nice.
C2,
When did you start? Oh,
fold C7.
Perfect. Can you,
C5 in. Fold seat 8.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
$200. It's just then goes in the
Yeah, the
middle.
drink's good.
And this is
It's 25 per head. But you don't pay
buttons,
for
right? Shows.
Yeah. And you get a chance to get winner out. Yeah.
You're going to be the first player to get rid of the knit button.
We have a 10, we have a 20. Double straddle is on.
You see the bot posting the link to the merch store. Lots of sizes, lots of varieties. I might get a couple more items before the trip out to Vegas. Rep the best club in Texas. Texas Card House, TCH Social.
Fold 1, fold 2, fold 3. Policy 4. That's, I'll take that one as well. Oh, yeah. That's check C4. Bet C6, 125.
10 with the pair. It's the job done.
9:45.
945, right? Raise seat 8, 75. Fold 9, fold 1, fold 2. Call seat 3. Fold seat 4. Fold seat 7. Heads up.
Manny and JY going to go heads up. In a tournament, we'd say this is a flip. And Manny going to be on the right side of this flop.
Bet seat 8, 110.
Pair of 9s pipping JY's 8s. JY third pair. Backdoor straight draws. And he's going to let it go. And Manny going to let go of his knit button.
Cheesecake incoming. I get both sauces, chocolate and berries.
All right. That's my last Oreo. I think I'm going to enjoy
down to your last
cards
Oreo.
Get shuffled here.
That is a crisis. That is a first world problem, Lonnie. Down to your last Oreo. In poker, that would mean you have one black chip left. Hand 40. Thanks to all of you that are in the chat joining us here, TCH Social live stream in Austin, Texas, on a warm May night. 5-5 uncapped, although we don't have quite as much on the table as we had a couple of weeks ago. Still a good game. Not a lot here, though. Looks like Optimize and Bones are going to go head to head. Blind versus button.
Check 4. Bet seat 2, 150.
Sassy's a Brownie Sunday fan.
Yeah, those are good. I've had a
favorite.
couple of bites I've stolen from people. Because Optimize comes out with a bet or a call for 150 on Bones. He does have position. Not much for either player. But as we know with Bones, it's not the cards he has, it's the cards he appears to have. Especially in position. Does go check, check.
Back doors are closed on that turn. 8 pairs on the ends. Queen high will be best at showdown for Bones. I think this is give up time for Optimize. Just 7 high. Check, check.
Showdown.
I don't have anything.
Queen high for the
Queen
win.
high beat?
I see queen.
Queen high beats 7 high.
Queen high.
That's classy, dude.
So what are some really good gluten and dairy-free
I was really
treats? I'm
hoping
sure
to-
there's some really good stuff in that family.
Fair hand. I think we're talking
Yeah,
middle.
fruit.
Middle, yeah.
Fruits, yeah, that would be one thing.
Laterally.
Yeah.
Can't think of much else.
I'm thinking like the sweet stuff. Like I'm sure there's actually some decent sweet stuff in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Apart from like the mass-produced gluten-free stuff. Like I think they make a gluten-free Oreo now.
do they really?
I saw that advertised somewhere online.
You know what they call that in Canada?
What?
A hockey puck.
Haha.
Haha, that doesn't sound good. I mean, yeah, I have a couple of relatives that are gluten free, and they swear by it. I am pretty much dairy free, though. I will order cheesecake, but other than I don't do milk and I don't do cottage cheese or just about anything dairy
But you're one of
anymore,
my favorites, Blake.
which is amazing for a
Friendly game.
Texan that was raised by a dairy farmer.
175.
My grandfather and my father grew up on a dairy farm. Is
Thanks for
the
checking that on the river, you know?
looks like
Didn't even
And he
wanna try
gets
for it.
rid of his nit button with a 3-bet in the
yeah with the king
straddle
deuce.
versus straddle spot.
Yep.
Yeah. Not my buddy Blake.
Little action being driven by the knit button. As we're down to 3-4 players with knit button now.
Seeds 3, 4, 5, and 9. JY Optimized, Daliman, and Kevin Y.
You did that calculation?
Then mark it.
5 here.
Well,
It wasn't going to be 50.
I go to San
So
Antonio
if-
once or twice.
Well, we've had two
so you don't
primary
bluff when you think you're
conversations with the chat. First about the WSOP schedule,
That's a card now.
and then about food.
Okay.
What do we talk about next?
But
No.
World trade,
going. Maybe
no politics. We have a no politics
I
policy
said it
on
wasn't going to
food.
be 50.
Full seat 9, full seat
I blame the other side.
No, definitely not.
You blame the other side?
I'm not saying which side is mine. I'm blaming the other one, though.
I think both are.
That's
equally
what it
blamable.
amounts to. They all suck.
seat 4. I'm sorry.
Oh,
that's
I'm
not
not
seat 4.
Yeah, well, you know what Winston Churchill said: democracy is the worst form of
Well-
government, except for all the others.
No, I'll raise flop.
Seat 7. 3 players.
If you just check to me, you raise.
Fresh. Haven't seen any big pairs really tonight. I mean, we've seen aces.
He's not going to hit any.
We haven't had any collisions, a huge hands.
Yeah,
You're straight.
a lot of
Or
king
is he
tip.
free
What was that
hands?
bullshit you had last time?
Manny's
yeah,
best
he's
hand
kind of a
at
board like this.
ace
He has
high has the gut shot as well, and the overs, and
7-4.
nobody's got anything. This should end it.
There's nothing gorgeous about it.
It's gonna work.
Ignore that.
How about some basketball?
Basketball.
Jack of clubs.
You know, with after March Madness, I pretty much am disinterested in basketball. I've told you this before, Lottie. The 4 major sports are like the women in my life. Baseball's my mother. She's been with me from the beginning. Football, the Cowboys are my wife. She drives me crazy. I get a little homicidal about it, but I'm always going to love her. Hockey is my mistress, and the NBA is that hot chick down the street I know I should stay away from.
Can't really remember.
And the beautiful Lauren brings me my cheesecake. Well, hold on, Lauren. You get a tip for bringing my cheesecake to the booth.
Uncle T is taking care of the staff. A great bunch here at TCH Social.
God, I wish y'all could see this. Beautiful. Beautiful.
And you know what? take a picture and put it on your social media and tell everybody where to follow you. How about that?
Okay, you know how old I am. Do you really think I'm social media savvy?
Hey, you never know.
I would
There's,
know.
you know.
I would if somebody said, "I'm going to put a gun to your head and you've got to do something." So look how beautiful that is. Look how she did the berries.
Yeah,
the
it's,
chef.
it's a good-looking slice
That
of
is a
cake.
good-looking. Well, why don't you do that? Take a
Do
picture.
what?
Take a picture of my cheesecake.
9 players to the turn.
I won't do that. That's your cheesecake to share with the world. And that is trip queens for Kevin.
Check 8. Check 9.
Steady Eddie does have the straight on the bottom board.
Call 2.
Nobody appears to have an ace. I see a lot of cards getting tossed into the muck. Rishi has the ace on top, and the queen on bottom. Yeah, Rishi just has this whole thing. Rishi has a lot of this. Made it 200, which I think was pot. We're close to it. Rishi with top trips on top, queens full of aces on the bottom.
Yeah, you're not making money off this domination nation.
Fold 8, fold 9. Heads up.
Steady Eddie calling with his straight on bottom, pair of tens on top, 6 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, and that is going to be a scooper for Rishi.
$450.
Get 450.
This will get Steady Eddie out of the way.
Unless he calls for half.
I don't know why.
Don't
he
do
would.
that. People do that.
Cut it.
I mean, I get it with the straight, you know, you know,
On what?
but he flopped it, and now you got to do a card funeral and get out of hand.
Get your
Pair of
Yes,
boards.
there's only one ace left in the deck, but you know he has it.
Yeah, and you lose to King
He
Queen,
folds.
Queen 5. Yeah. Quad queens even.
The next
Yeah.
one. Left, right, 4. Are holding.
All right, so Rishi taking all of that pot.
Downswing here.
Now Rebel was looking for some real.
Yeah, my Knicks are doing their best to not win the series.
That's where they
I
have
don't think they're going to pull another comeback out of their backside tonight.
throwing out all that fresh
So that one's probably going back to the Garden. You know what? If they don't win Game 6, I don't think they win the series.
Full of preservatives. Yeah, that's what you want.
I think either way, Indiana beats them.
Whole Foods.
I am all about the Dallas Stars right now,
My
buddy.
chicken's doing roids.
My Dallas Stars look great playing the President's Cup team, the Winnipeg
Guys, he has
Jets.
optimized his life.
Yeah.
Come
Up
on.
3 games to 1. Played
Listen, if
great
it's
last
only like
night.
half
The
of
President's
raw
Trophy
fruit,
is
you can
overrated.
cut half off and it's still
I agree.
still
That might be blasphemous to say.
fresh fruit.
Apologies to Canada.
Seat 3.
I think the President's Trophy is overrated. JY has aces. Hey,
Yeah,
let's see if
I-
anything actually happens, though.
Yeah, I
He's
just-
raised. Now we actually need somebody to
yeah,
play with
something,
JY.
yeah. Nothing so far.
Steady Eddie with the baby suited connector is going to play with him.
When you cut.
Manny with my least favorite hand is
Getting
getting
out.
in.
No, getting in.
Not a hand he needs to be defending with, but here we are.
Power through it.
3-3 deuce. Eddie has a gutter.
Slept the whole night after that.
Okay.
Newspapers for sheets.
JY's going to make a bet here. Let's see
Raccoons are
what.
super
No, he
tough.
checks it very sneakily.
That's paint. That's a queen of diamonds. Eddie picks up even more outs.
7.
And he's
Now
gonna
has the
bet it.
diamonds. And he is going to bet with this combo draw. Makes it 75. Manny's got a fold. About $30 later than it needed to be. And JY gonna go for the raise with the aces.
Yeah. Combo draw is going to get Eddie in the hand. We've seen a lot of these tonight.
Eddie
and they've
calls. Needs a diamond or a 4. Heads up on the river. That's another queen. Aces and
hit.
queens
That's scary
for
for
JY.
aces. That's scary, especially considering Eddie bet. And he's going to bet again. What a
He's
great
gonna
move
lead.
here. $500. This is probably going to get aces off the hand. We'll see how sticky JY feels like to be.
I could see him calling.
Yeah, I could too.
He did not call.
Great move by Edward. Eduardo!
Eddie makes the folds. Or Eddie wins the pot. JY makes the folds. And yeah, he got bluffed off it. I think as played, I think the aces are a call on the river. I think you still have a bluff catcher. What else to say about basketball? The Mavericks, they hit their 1.8% chance at the #1 draft pick.
Yeah, I saw that.
Congratulations, Cooper Flagg, the latest member of the Dallas Mavericks, probably.
Which is a great result considering how much they've parked up this season trading
And
Doncic.
everybody thinks that the lottery was rigged, but
Let them.
I get, you know.
If it was a big market team, I'd agree with them. This is the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Phony. I think that's the hand that is most misplayed by that even higher level players.
I don't understand the Doncic trade. I don't. Anthony Davis is older and he can never stay healthy.
I don't think it was about Davis. I think it was about getting rid of
Doncic.
Doncic before some of the money hit. I didn't like it when it happened.
The Battle of Kevins has Kevin Y flopping 2 pair versus Kevin C's pocket 8s. Kevin C pre-flop razor going to C-bet. Makes it 125. Obviously, 2 pairs going nowhere. In fact, 2 pair may increase the price considering how wet this board
This
is.
one, coach might have to go. Coach?
A lot of turns he's not going to want to see. His spade would be awful.
If Boston
There's a
leads,
lot
they
of cards
have
to
a
straighten
15-point
this
lead,
thing.
They lose 4-1.
Raise.
At some point.
But the game wasn't out of reach when Tatum got in.
And yes, that is the check raise.
9 with 3 left.
Makes it $500.
Yeah, this is so strong.
And this should be the end of it.
Especially
Third pair.
from this player.
Yeah. Third pair is usually. Oh my God!
I would tend to just.
Never
Shoves?
mind.
He shoved?
No, he called.
Oh, he did call.
But to even do that with third pair and not a lot of draws to speak of, this is living dangerously. 4 of spades. So Kevin C picks up the emergency spade draw, and this may slow Kevin Y down. This is certainly one of those nightmare turns I was alluding to. Maybe the other Kevin is going to see an opening to stamp at this, as Kevin White does make the check. Kevin C yet to act. I think we have to bluff here. If we got to the turn, I think we have to bluff when the scary part hits.
Yeah. Well, you have to ask yourself, why did I call? Why am I calling? Is it part of it can be, and he's making a big move here. 700.
Here's the bluff. Get this counted. Probably about 700 or so.
Yeah, it looks like 650.
750.
750. Now, this is a really strong move because it's very easy to see Kevin C betting his flush draw. This is a tough player to make this move on.
Kevin Y making the call. I think he had this in his mind that he's going to have to
shove.
Stick with it.
Yeah.
2690 in the middle. 6 of clubs on the end is
Means
not going to
nothing.
bring in any more front doors. Kevin Y, one more check. See if Kevin C puts the remaining 1900 in the middle.
And it's going to take it all.
Jackson 10s will be the best hands at showdown, but
This is about what he thinks Kevin would check raise. And that's always, in my mind, going to be 2 pair. It's not going to be a set, even with the spades out there.
is he ever considering the possibility that he check raised the spade draw and then told the opposite story when the spades hit? Like, oh, crap, it's a spade. I don't want a spade.
Jack 10 for 2 pair.
Check, check. Kevin C gives up. Kevin Y got to take a nice one.
Yeah, nice $1,300, almost $1,400 pot. Yeah, going back to that hand, William, I agree. I think he was more concerned about the 3. Like if he had ace 3 suited, I think you're right. The queens, it's hard to imagine that the queen there hitting a queen. I think the 3 is another story. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It unfortunately, I agree with what Phony was saying is that those kind of board runouts, it's just you got to feel like you misplayed your aces. Yeah, so much more aggressive and nice, especially at a 1 table or 1-2 table, where everybody and their dog feels like they can hit on you. Yeah.
We'll let you know.
I've been able to convince you that I had a flush if I
Dealer change here. Jesse going to step into the box the rest of the night.
Our man Jesse, dealer's doing a great job. I'm going to, as always, talk about how great our dealers are here at TCH Social in Austin. You see the best of the best on this table. It's not an easy thing to do. And Kristen, who just walked into view, also doing a great job. These are the all-stars of all poker, and some of them been around a long time back in the underground scene. Some come from Vegas. Austin being such a great place to live, we draw some people out of Vegas that move here, and obviously it's a little bit easier to live in Austin than it is in Vegas. Jesse, one of our floors and deals, the best. Great mixed game player. Great mixed game dealer. There's not a game that exists that Jesse does know how to deal.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
What do we think about the NFL schedule coming out today?
I love the Kansas City Cowboy Thanksgiving game. That's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun for Kansas City.
Yeah.
I think the NFC East this year is between Philly and Washington. I think Dallas probably wins about 6 games, and the Giants don't even do that, even with the changes this offseason.
You didn't like our wide receiver pickup? Pickens?
Which pickup was
George Pickens?
Oh, George Pickens?
Yeah.
And I think you need more than a receiver.
I agree.
And Zach's not taking you to the promised land. The sooner Jerry realizes that, the better.
You're one of Dak haters. Top 10 quarterback in the league. Anybody that says he's not is not paying attention.
How many wins in January?
You know what? You know how many quarterbacks you can say that about? Like, have you ever heard of Dan Marino? Have you ever heard about Steve DeBerg? Have you ever heard about Donovan McNabb, who used to win every game but
Marino and McNabb I've heard of, but like that is the knock against them, though. They give the trophy out in January.
It's a illegitimate knock. This is the most team-oriented sport on the planet. It's not like baseball. It's not even like hockey. There have been great quarterbacks that will go to the Hall of Fame with very few wins.
Straddling every time he would give it up.
Yeah, for sure.
That's like rings in the NBA. I'll never get it. I'll never get why some quarterbacks are overrated. See Joe Montana, because they played on great coached, great teams, and other quarterbacks are diminished. See Tony Romo.
You could have beat Quinn higher. I let you check
No,
out a hand.
no, you're good. Not yet.
Tony Romo, quarterback,
Good quarterback. Hall of Fame
terrible
quarterback.
holder. Terrible holder.
Yeah, that's a coaching problem if you got your starting quarterback holding.
Okay, yeah, you're pretty nitty, so this is good.
maybe.
There we go.
I still got a good shot.
JY, that's very nice.
That's true.
The choice to have Philly open with Dallas is a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
I feel like that one's going to be over by halftime.
Well, and it's a stupid thing to do to have an interdivisional game the first week of the season when you just shortened the preseason schedule. Like, what do you want to do? Have a crappy game?
Well, that's the thing, though. Maybe they're trying to discourage people from blowing off preseason like they've been doing lately.
Yeah.
Like that's like one of my complaints that I had, like with my Denver Broncos when they had a new coach and they had a new quarterback when Hackett, the moron, and Wilson had come in. Like they blew off preseason. New quarterback, new coach. You blow off preseason. and you show up to week 1 completely unprepared.
Jack 5.
And that's why your season, well, also the coach was a moron, but that's the beginning of the season unraveling when you don't show up for the games that count.
Yep.
And then you miss the playoffs by a game and you wonder why. Like, hey, maybe it's because we were 1-3 in September because we showed up unprepared.
I agree.
Never know. They
got a Super Bowl rematch week 2. Week 2.
Oh, is that week 2?
Wow. Yeah, that's when they're going to do that.
Yeah.
They're making my Broncos go to London this year.
Fuck yeah. How much is it? Thanks, bud.
Easy fold.
No, you're good.
Tough fold. I beat you.
Wasn't the good one.
No.
20's on. Kevin raising it up. He's 10 suited.
Yeah.
Optimizes in there.
What?
I think it might just be 2 nits left.
Dude, that's a pretty good four.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that is a nice four.
And only one of them is in this pot.
What is
I
that?
said, don't give me a little chicken shit.
Heads up, Ace 10 versus King 4.
Hearts versus spades.
Man.
And the 10 hits.
That's right.
1 heart, 1 spade.
Best hand gets even better for Kevin. Top pair, top kicker. That probably ends it now.
Yeah, it's going to.
150 the bet from Kevin.
No, I don't say.
New York came back last game from nowhere.
I mean, I ain't seen that every game.
Talking about your Knicks.
They are. The New York Knickerbockers.
They were down by 12 or 15.
I can't even watch India.
Kevin wins.
Well, that cheesecake was awesome. I wish y'all had seen it. It was as pretty as it could get, and it was better the way it tasted.
And reasonably priced.
Yeah, it's very reasonably priced. $7.50, and it's huge.
That's reasonable. It's more than reasonable.
It's got that layer of softer part on the top. And not a real true New York style, but kind of a combo. Very, very, very good.
You're in there. It's not like
Finish with a hand that I love, the Giant Slayer.
Optimize. Defending probably to give himself a chance to lose the net button. Instead, he's going to flop bottom pair versus middle pair. I think he's going to give himself the chance to lose a pot. Manny with 8 high, going for the C-bet.
But the aggression factor.
So 155. 130.
Gonna rep the ace.
260.
Rishi undeterred.
Yeah, he's.
Will this deter optimize with bottom pair and back doors? No, Rishi actually min clicked.
Yeah, he did.
This will deter optimize.
I thought he said 360, but he must have said 260.
This game's stupid.
Optimize folds.
Doesn't believe the ace story. Can't imagine why Manny would have just floated the pre-flop, and he's correct.
No.
He doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Rishi shows out.
You show the 9?
Not clear what he showed. I assume it was
Must
the
have
10.
been 9.
Yeah, no, I thought it was going to be hard. Or diamonds too, but it was hard.
Yeah. At least have some back doors when you do that stuff.
Bones, the big winner tonight so far. Rishi also up, very, very big. Been very steady. Probably got the lowest VPIP at the table. Won some big hands. One very big hand. Manny with ace 9. Kevin folds a king jack, which is a really smart thing to do that people don't do often enough. Optimize.
Calling. I think Deli.
Yeah.
No, he's going to fold. I don't think he cares about losing the game as much as Optimize does.
I mean, you checked folded off like thousands trying to get it.
It's hard to flop a pair, dude.
I get it.
Gut shot and spade draw for Optimize. He's not going anywhere, even though he does actually bet that combo. And Manny's going to give it to him, I think, because he just has nothing.
He's got ace high. He's got the nut nothing.
The nut
And
nothing.
he has a gutter that's no good. 8 on the end. Ace high will be good at showdown if we get there.
Yeah, there's no way Optimize is not going to bet that because that's a dead card. He's going to make a big bet here. Probably pot size. Unless he wants to make it look a little more value-y. Nope, almost pot
300.
size. Yep.
Almost pot size, a little over 3/4. Probably 80%-ish. And can Manny snip this out?
You know, the problem is that Manny...
Optimize knows the goods, quote unquote. And Daliman gonna lose the Nick game and gonna have to splash the 200 in there.
Yeah. You know, I kind of got it from Manny's viewpoint. He's suspicious because it's down to this nit button. But that board is so nit button. You know, I mean, just look at it. It's junk. And Optimize just didn't happen to have the right junk.
On the turn, I thought I had a 5.
This is the board for like random trash that defended a blind.
Yeah, that's exactly
better bluff
right.
300 on river.
One of those is mine.
Oh, sorry.
The 10's on, right? Or
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at it go. Look at it go. I really don't. I didn't make a hero call.
Yeah, that would have been a hero call for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is TCH Social Live in Austin, our 5-5 live stream, uncapped, brought to you by the Cheesecake at TCH Social and the Chicken Puffs from New Zealand. Well, glad you joined us tonight.
Yeah.
We got Lottie, the New York Knit,
Oh, ace king and a splash pot.
and Uncle T here.
Rishi with the giant $200 raise, gonna get punished by JY.
Yeah, I love dead money. He loves it too with Ace King.
Don't have the number yet on how big he made it.
It was big enough. Does he get called?
Probably. The graphics say he just called.
Okay, we're catching up here, and he nails
And
his
they
ace.
both have top pair.
Yep.
Rishi and JY heads up. And Rishi is dominated.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep for Rishi here. Thought he might be playing on the dead money.
Surprised JY didn't actually raise pre-flop. Because you're pretty happy if a pair folds pre-flop.
Yeah.
It'd make it like $1,000 and to watch pocket fives fold pre-flop. 300 gonna get the call from Rishi. The turn is a jack. Doesn't change anything.
See what JY does here with position. He may check this back in case he was getting called by Ace Jack or even Ace 5 suited. Maybe a little bit nervous. Ace King is as vulnerable as Ace is in a situation like that if your opponent makes 2 pair.
I think stacks are too shallow to be thinking like that.
I think you meant, yeah, I get that.
Like $200 in the middle of the start, you have to basically pretend you're playing like $100 big blinds at that point. And 4 on the end. Only thing I guess there is 8-7.
Yeah, you're never putting anybody on that hand.
Rishi wants to lead.
Ace 7 of clubs possibly.
350. This feels like a block bet.
Yeah. Game starts at 2. Okay. Taylor.
Rishi gonna push $1,000 out there. Or JY rather pushing $1,000.
Nice.
Rishi folding, JY showing. And Big one going to JY. Thank you, Splash Pod. Thank you, Premium Hands.
Yeah.
At the right time.
Yeah, that's going to take. JY was down significantly. He was our biggest loser to date. And this is going to bring him, well, not quite into the positive range, but a lot better than the 2+ K that he was down. That's for sure. Well, folks, smash that like button.
Yes, I think this is enjoyable enough to be like-worthy.
Yeah. You know what I got last week?
What? What did you get?
A super chat.
You got a super chat. Somebody super chatted you.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, that was really nice. Not that that goes to us anyway, but I don't think that's in my contract, which is written on the back of a piece of toilet paper.
Ooh. Well, at least the bank found the card, not somebody else. At least there's that, Kiwi.
Kiwi, I love you. Most people wouldn't be willing to admit that, but I have done that before.
You know it's on you? What? You know it's on you? Sorry. Yes. Still on you.
It's like they've got the ATMs now, where at least some of the ATMs now, where
yeah, it'll suck it back in.
You stick where like it doesn't give you the money until you pull the card out.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's
we
how
have some
Prospect is.
ATMs like that.
Looks like so far spades are
Equal
not
$1,000.
there.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Maybe on a graphic
Thanks,
thing.
William.
Straight for optimize and a dry spade, and the aces and queens on bottom. Check, check.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's quite the run out there. Bones has a wheel on bottom.
Yep. Straight Broadway versus wheel.
No good.
Three's full of kings, actually.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even notice the threes.
Three's full of kings, and Bones has the wheel on bottom.
Yep.
I don't think we saw that. There was a mystery card in there somewhere.
Yeah, there is.
I don't think we saw the threes. I don't think we saw the set.
Yeah, we didn't because, yeah, I agree.
That's why we're surprised.
I was confused because I was like, well, I usually notice bottom sets because I always comment on how dangerous they are, especially in 1-2 bomb pot tables.
On both boards, different set. The guy has top pair on both boards, and he river me both both.
Yeah, I agree, Kiwi. If they called you, they're holding on to it for you. Yeah, some of them will actually. It happened to me in England, in Oxford. It'll suck it into the machine.
Yeah.
And hold on to it for you.
Bomb pots are full.
Which I never got that one back.
Yeah, like how do you unsuck the card then?
You know, that's that. I asked about the anti-suckage policy, and they said it to be 3 days, and I said I'm going to Portugal. Rishi with the aces versus jacks. Now we've got.
And optimize just randomly 3-betting the jack 4.
Yeah, he's a little dominated. He does have the 4s.
And the 4-bet from Jollyman and the jacks up to 280.
Boy, Kiwi, I don't have any of those good excuses. Sorry, brother.
Rishi's got a choice here. A 5-bet might be making this a bit face up.
Yeah.
Like maybe we consider flatting and just hoping nothing stupid happens.
So you're going anti phony here. You're saying that you should slow play your aces.
Yes, I'm gonna go against phony here, which I think Rishi's gonna go with phony though and put in the 5-bet.
Yeah.
The problem is, what is a 5-bet range in this game?
Only aces and kings.
Yeah. And if you announce to the table, I have aces and kings, what's the guy with jacks going to do?
Fold.
Fold.
Quickly, like Dollyman did.
Like this too stressful for
I
you?
hate jacks, though. I always say jacks are crappy, and 10s are just crappy jacks. Because I hate both of those hands.
Yeah.
I sure ain't going to play them multi-way.
Worked out well for me.
They're not nearly as bad as ace-queen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can start
that-
this.
That's the worst.
Are we good with Nick game?
I quote you all the time at the
Okay.
table.
That's fine.
People win with the ace
Yeah,
queen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's fine. Nick
You are
game.
not William Lottie.
Yeah, I have 2 rules with ace queen. There's 2 rules. Rule 1, if I have ace queen, I lose. Rule 2, if you have ace queen, I lose.
That's the quote I use. That's how I feel about jacks. There for a while. I went 4 months where I could not win with ace king. Pretty connected board.
Open enter for Manny. Optimize with top pair.
Nobody has the hearts. Back door for optimize. Top pair, good kicker. Fair kicker. And he does bet it.
And there's the straight for Manny. That's a mystery. That's a mystery. That's a 5.
It's got to be.
There it
Yeah,
is.
it's a 5. Yeah. The 3 was not correct.
As we said, there's the straight for Manny.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen those straights come in quite a few times tonight.
You know what?
Paired board.
He so deserved this, man. He
And
just deserved it.
8 of spades river apparently. And
That's been
karma. That's karma for me right there.
optimizing the Heine a couple
Queen
times
offsuit
tonight.
hand, river and a straight.
Didn't river it, turned it, but yeah.
Hey. I was hoping to get more of that.
Haven't seen too much movement on the board here. The losers gonna be the losers. Kevin Creek was doing well, and then had that big tough hand with Kevin Y. I don't think I've ever heard that before, Kiwi. That must be a New Zealand slang.
I haven't heard jacks referred to that way, but you know what?
You want action?
We're too Baptist
That
down
works.
here.
Yeah.
For
That
to-
works.
Yeah, to have that come up.
I think my biggest jack horror story was a couple years ago. I'm like considerably into day 2 of a 1600 mystery bounty at Wynn.
Yeah.
What a time for Dollyman to not be at the table. He had ace king.
It always seems to happen.
You're not working.
So that's disrespectful. Say that when you have a pair
Not
like
exactly
that.
sure what happened there. But
Queen
the
shows
numbers
up.
were
You're the queen
behind.
man.
It was a
Anyway.
small hand, whatever it was.
What if he's
I'm
not? What if he's not?
pretty deep into day 2. Like there's
All the ladies.
40-ish of us left, like 45 maybe. And I have jacks.
You're in the money at this point?
We're well in the money.
Yeah.
We're well into the money. We're at like $9,000
I've
payout or
actually- I've been
something.
playing it every time. But
And
I usually end up
I've got
folding.
an average-ish stack. And
try not to show
I
down
have
the
jacks,
wild
and I
bullshit
open.
that I play.
And then a Euro attempts to give me 30 big
And
blinds.
there's those times.
A euro?
It all
A
in with
Euro,
queen
that's
five,
right, a
you know,
Euro.
and
A European. As Bart Hansen pejoratively calls them Euros.
Yeah, I started saying I thought that was a currency, but go ahead. An
Anyway,
undetermined euro.
He shoves like 30 big blinds. That's a lot of big blinds. And I have jacks, so I call. And he has ace 10 offsuit. And then I get screwed.
With ace 10, that I can see that coming. Ace king versus 10s here.
And the 3-bet from the 7s of Manny. We do have another nickname on now.
Fold.
That's not a mag. That's here.
Very
Mag. Oh yeah. That's
Very,
the
very
five. Yeah.
4-bet from 10s, and the jacks fold.
The jacks
Rishi's folding
fold.
jacks.
Wow.
Raise, re-raise, re-re-raise. I want jacks.
There's a man who knows how to play.
Ace king folded.
Oh, wow. Wow, that was unexpected, especially from that player. Wow, Kevin's got to be asking himself, what the heck is going on?
Come on, Manny, do it. Put the 5-bet in there. Do it.
Yeah, really. You've got the weakest hand of all of them that showed up on the board. Why not? So Rishi shows he knows how to play aces and jacks.
What did I say about 5 bets in this game?
They look so freaking strong.
Like a Kevin 4-bet.
Yeah, you got that right, phony.
He makes the call. I can't believe these folds. I believe the jacks. I can believe the jacks folded.
Yeah, me too.
That actually makes some sense.
And
oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Poor Rishi. Oh no! He would have had top set.
Oh my gosh.
And somebody would have blasted money into it. Manny, with second pair on Jack 8-5, is going to bet $800. Kevin has second pair 10-10. It's the better pair, but
Every day is cheat day.
yeah, Ace King. If I have Ace King, I'm blasting in
You
there.
just ate
Yeah.
3 days worth of eggs, dog.
I'm saying
I know
please
that.
don't have
Eggs
aces.
are good.
Kevin calling. 3 times on the turn.
Wow, Manny, what are you repping here?
He's repping that he flapped the set.
Maybe ace jack. Well, considering the pre-flop action where he reluctantly called.
He's repping that he has one more than he actually has.
Yeah, maybe eights. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that's more legit. Is that Kevin's like, well,
I'm not
eights
sure why you
would-
lead though. That's the one part that wouldn't make sense. Like, I would probably just let the 4-better say that I have aces.
Yeah, yeah. And he does give it up.
Gets
Great
it
play
done.
by Manny. Yeah, so the least of those hands won the pot. The ace king folded, the jacks folded,
Nice hand, man.
the tens folded. Now that is the
And
most
never mind the
upside
graphics,
down
which
hand
are
we've
wrong.
had in a while.
Graphics are wrong.
Yeah, those pocket, don't fuck
The
with
graphics
these.
don't even believe that this happened.
What was the graphic?
The graphics said that Kevin won.
Oh,
the
no.
graphics don't even believe that that happened.
Those pocket
Does
fuck
not
offs.
compute.
That is the seventh.
Error.
Error. She's gonna be talking about this hand at the office water cooler tomorrow. Yeah, except he may be drinking out of a screw
life
cap
fork,
bottle.
Yeah.
Maybe saying I need a little water in my
There's
whiskey.
going to be a flask involved.
What did I fold for? I will
You
say
know,
this.
that fold makes perfect sense. You have 3 raises in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there with jacks. Like, you can actually justify folding jacks.
Yeah.
Ace King could put the 5-bet in there, and Ace King probably should put the 5-bet in
I
there,
agree.
unless you're convinced that your 4-better is so tight that he
And
only
Kevin
has
does
premium
have that
hands.
reputation of not 4-betting very often, never 5-betting. I mean, this is the man fold kings in a 6-bet pot when it was still a 5-bet pot. So that was about a year ago.
And you do have the dynamics where, like, he's raising over some looser players, and
Yeah.
like, Kevin's a good enough player to say, well, I want this maniac to myself.
Well, you know what
Like-
Kyle always says about Kevin is this is the most under the radar best player in Austin.
Yeah, he's a capable player. No, William, Ace King doesn't have to call. Ace King should be shoving, because Ace King does not want to be sitting there out of position the rest of the hands when you're gonna miss the flop a lot. You want to get somebody the hero folds. You want to give somebody the chance to hero fold their jacks.
Yeah.
Bones has 2 aces, and he's going to give Manny the chance to fold Ace Queen, which is never a bad idea in my book.
Yeah, this is
That's how Ace
interesting.
King does. How Ace Queen does you.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think Manny gives it up, after,
folds.
and he's probably just so happy with the 7 he won
And
with.
he gets the good news.
Yeah.
He gets the good news because the Nick game Bones has to show to get rid of his nit button.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just sidestepped it.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That
That's a big.
that is
And
losing
the other thing,
momentum
like if
right
Ace King
there.
just
Yeah.
calls,
Yeah.
like then Manny's
Let's go,
definitely going to call with a 7, so we know he's going to do that anyway. 'Cause he's Manny, but,
My ride is leaving. What do I do about
like we don't want to take that 3 ways.
You have to pay out.
Yeah, we want to just we want to get it in. If they have aces, God bless them.
God bless him and congratulations.
Right, like we could make some interesting. We could make another Ace King fold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're not getting aces to fold. We're not getting kings to fold. We're probably not getting queens to fold. We're flipping against queens. We're doing okay against queens. Only slightly behind queens. But jacks could fold. Like we saw jacks fold as it was. Tens fold.
Slightly behind.
Like another ace king probably folds.
Slightly behind queens. That's like being slightly too close to the hand grenade when it goes off. I always think about that when it, it's like, well, I was only a little behind.
Like I'm a tournament guy. I'm used to just living and dying by flips with ace versus whatever.
I get it.
I'm mad at myself that I didn't fold to you.
I think, honestly, I think call was probably the worst choice. I think fold might actually be a better choice than call. Yeah. I think shove was the best choice. I think we had a flush, almost flush. Like 71.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to, if you miss the board, it's a waste of your time. If you don't eliminate players with your action, you're causing yourself to be more vulnerable even. So what are you going to do on the next card?
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, you get your ace high flop, you get your king high flop. Who's paying you?
Yes, that's
true. If I have queens, like, those are the cards I don't want. Like, gosh. I lose.
Rebel says I want a hand of pocket jacks, rainbow board of ace, king, queen, 10, 9.
Oh, so you won with the nuts.
Yeah, you won with the nuts.
Good job.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying there are no way. I actually lately, I've had jacks 4 or 5 times in the last month where I've made sets.
Yeah,
so I'm a little less crusty about jacks right now, but not by much.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah, a shove is definitely the best play and probably gets through there. I mean, how did the 7s or 10s call with a 6-bet or 5-bet shove?
It's not likely.
You never.
You have to really have some screws loose.
But the
guy doing the shoving has to have some screws loose.
Well, he does. Because you had a lot of times that kind of shove on a 4-bet pot, you're dodging kings to aces. So
play poker.
You got to be a little nutty, or you got to have a really good table.
There's like 2 or 3 players where if they 5-bet rip like that, I'm calling them with a lot of stuff. He's not one of those
players. Yeah, no, he's not.
I mean, if you watch the show, you know who at least one of these people are. Yeah. Probably at least 2 or 3 of these people. Like there's a few people where I'm happy to just
dump it
go to the mat, but against most players, like it's what it looks like.
Yep, I agree. Especially with players eat 9.
Oh.
JY playing the pretty hand, the lovely hand, the heavily painted hand.
I'm not going to leave right now. No, I'm going to play and you guys can go ahead and go.
And he's going to give this up, but he always takes his time thinking.
Ace Jack.
Running through his options.
He hates giving up suited connectors, and Bones also folds, so JY is going to get rid of the mid button. King Queen, perfectly good re-raise. Gets the job done here.
Well, William, can you handle the next 5 minutes?
I certainly can.
Well, I don't like to be like too TMI, but as we say in East Texas, I got to see a man about a horse.
Yeah, you didn't have to. You could have just run out the door and you could have just Irish goodbye me.
Where's the entertainment value in me just like...
The viewers don't need to know what's going on out there.
They need to know everything.
We don't need to give that big of an inside look into the show. Just waiting for the graphics to get caught up on this hand. Eddie's folded some time ago.
Yeah, you see me. Yeah.
Looks like we have the 20 on. No. Whatever.
That has to stay on, right?
125 is the raise from Rishi. He has the mid button, Manny doesn't. Queen 5 should really be folding here.
That dude got fucking hammered.
And he does fold. Rishi give it a show. Slightly late raise, but did the job here.
Same hand.
I was thinking about making a move on your
Yeah,
ass,
you
too.
should have.
Oh. No, you call, dude. No, you call that shit.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'm too fishy to fold.
Clearly, I already been there.
Bomb pot?
All every.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Queen five.
When I realized you were in position, that's when I said that. I can't make a move.
Sure.
This Rishi, he's never folded a hand in a position in his life, actually. So just call.
Dude, that's why you can't play full
Texas
time.
Card House recently celebrated 10 years.
Hashtag never fold.
Problem.
Hard to believe it's been going so long. Rebels thinking maybe play sometime in July or August on stream. We'd love to have you. Whether it's here in Austin or up in Dallas or Houston or Rio Grande Valley. On the air at least 5 days a week, cash games, tournaments. That cleans for JY. Kevin with the open ender and over pair on bottom. Manny with the over repair. Manny with the flop straight on bottom. 7-4 is a flop straight.
I texted Jay. I was like, hey, reaching out to play and all that stuff. And then I realized you came before.
Yeah.
You've been to my house before.
The first time, like probably one of the first times.
He reminded me. I did not remember it. And I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But you knew that? I thought you
been to your
100.
game before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The raise
I
from
did.
JY getting called.
Okay.
Means full for JY, so.
Once.
Okay. Interesting.
20.
Actually has the nuts because there is a 5 sitting on the bottom, so there's no
Yeah, you
quad
left that for 10
possibility.
I did. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I thought.
We're gonna go 3 ways
Surprised when you asked
to the
me.
turns.
I wasn't there for long. Yeah.
Yeah.
9 of hearts, 7 of clubs,
Yeah.
which is going to be 7s and 3s for Kevin,
Big count.
which are still no good. The 7-4 straight still good for Manny.
What's funny is he's not the first person.
And
to not
JY cannot lose the top
You'd be
board.
shocked how many people.
Bigger than my apartment.
Probably bigger than my apartment.
That's
Legitimately
not.
bigger than my apartment.
That's 100%
We check
false.
through the calm before the storm.
Even though I don't
5
remember
of
it,
hearts,
it's
that's
probably
the case 5. Jack of diamonds on the
I
bottom.
was in Lakeway or Cedar Palace.
So that's actually a vote for Manny and Kevin now. Not a good vote. Queen's full still best up top.
Is that right?
5 split jacks might entice though.
Yeah.
Did you see the signs
Manny
outside?
Yeah, I remember the signs.
4
Yeah.
does have these straight on bottom.
Ever since that drunk guy got lost and peed in the pool, I had to put the signs in.
Oh. Not me. How much?
JY definitely gonna bet here.
Had to be Jay, right?
Huh?
Had to be Jay, right?
No, it was Swedish Daniel.
Oh yeah.
So school pot 1125.
I don't know that.
No, I'm just kidding. He did not do that.
Gonna put a lot of
I would not
pressure.
be surprised if that
on
happened.
this.
Like,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's a very common occurrence.
I instantly realized how believable that was.
Yeah.
So then I
Long for
corrected
half.
the joke.
You
Never
picked the
fun.
actual most believable.
You might think his 5s full of jacks are good for half though.
Altogether too believable to be a joke.
Manny, by the way, also has a set of jacks on bottom that is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta
It
go.
does exist.
Yeah, you should. I texted you about it once, but
Just like a toilet, but
yeah, it's because you live
Right.
down in the
It's
freaking
a big
boondocks,
toilet.
dog.
and you feel like
We don't think
you know,
about
when
you.
you're
You down
drunk,
there, you
your
play with all
accuracy
those
might not be what it normally is.
San Antonio clowns, man. Only come up
can't
here to see us
insult
at the Texas Card House.
They're
Well, I
that's a
know, I
long
kinda
time
split
ago.
it. No, there's
But I was living in British Columbia, in Victoria.
Chaz, Big
I was
Dave,
working
Chaz.
like.
Oh, do you play with them very
No,
much?
no, but I'm just saying.
Place
No,
we
I
were
play
working
with
at
Hunter.
was right over a dock, like
You know,
over
Okay.
Hunter, Shiro,
Manny thinking about this.
Yeah.
Crypto Funder, and
summer job.
You play with that. He's a nice guy. He used to play with us on the TCH stream. He lives down by you. His name is
Just go over the dock. I was like, yeah, that's great. Like,
God,
don't
it's
even
like
make
Matt.
it
I don't
to
know
the
if
dock.
Manny calls.
the college age
Half
guy
cut.
that lives in San
The only
Marcos.
question is, are these guys going to chop up Kevin?
He
Probably
lives,
not.
Yeah, he lives right there by you.
5
And you know
full
who he
8
is. And it'll click.
Not
when I
really
tell
good.
You. Hi, why can't I remember his name?
does not have a straight,
How much is
but he calls.
very similar to you in the sense that
Wow.
he sometimes comes up paired plays, but most of the time he goes down to San
At
Antonio to
11:25, gonna get
play
shot
the other
by
guy
JY and Manny.
that's
Nice
just like
call.
you that I know.
Nice call. No, not a nice call.
He's a young guy. He's like a college age kid. And yeah, I think he goes to Texas.
No,
State.
no, the graphic stays all in.
Yeah.
And he
This
plays
is
with
even
us on
worse.
TCH.
Oh, it is.
This is considerably
Is
worse.
this
Really
board
quiet.
correct?
Quiet.
If these graphics are correct, this
Really
is
nice guy.
quite bad.
It can't be right.
So JY Queens full wins up top, and then against Kevin, JY's
Pretty consistent.
JY's
probably
no
he'll make
Kevin
probably
wins.
like
Kevin has
one
8s.
Tuesday every 2 months.
No, he's 7s and 3s. So if it comes down to Kevin and JY, they would chop.
That's
But if Manny's in there though,
Usually no,
Manny
but-
beats Kevin.
Yeah,
Well, that 7 is not is
pretty much if you see
can't-
Bones cars
Yeah,
out
the
there,
7's
it's a bad
right
day. You can just
on the bottom board. Can't quite see for Kevin's head. This
That's
can't
like a
be
nut
right.
low.
What do you think's wrong?
I think the 6 has got to be an 8. But that
No,
doesn't
that's
make
a
sense.
6.
It is a 6.
That's a 6. That was a flop straight for Manny. That's why Manny's still here.
Okay.
And JY is obviously all in as nuts on the top board.
Wow.
Yeah. So he's all in, and back to Manny with his nearly weak straight.
Well, Kevin's got the hearts on top. You know that doesn't matter.
Not on that board, yeah.
You always said that.
And that board is right.
Wrong. Wrong one bit.
Yeah, I can't imagine what's incorrect here. This is not a Kevin move at all.
No, I saw pictures of her dealing at his house.
That was.
Oh, that was at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless Kevin actually has 9-8.
Yeah, that's what may be wrong is
What?
his
Yeah.
hand,
Yeah,
not the
unless he had
board.
9-8-7 somehow, which also feels unlikely.
What?
This might actually just be what it looks like.
Can't imagine.
Manny is now thinking he could be quartered. I think Manny just folded.
What he has?
So Kevin does win the bottom.
What he has?
Digging it, man. Yeah, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm
Two pair.
I'm already wind over here. That was just to ease the pain a little bit.
Yeah, confirm 2 pair. 2 pair, yeah, that's right. So it is in fact 7s and 3s, gonna give Kevin half the pot here.
Wow.
So Kevin stole half the pot, and JY
What?
got a little extra money.
So close to scoop.
That's a surprising.
You know, it makes me wonder if maybe Kevin read his heart, but he threw the 8s over immediately, like he thought that was
He
good.
thought 5s full of 8s were good, maybe.
Yeah,
That's 5 full. That's 5s full of 8s on top.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he folded the straight. Manny folded the straight, and it's kind of understandable because
Yeah, the better
the
straight
best
was
case, no, even like the best case scenario, it's the same straight as you, and you're getting quartered.
He has 2 pairs.
And if you're getting quartered in a 3-way pot, that means you lose money. So
Wow.
that's actually understandable. That's actually a very disciplined fold at the end.
Yeah, I understand the fold. The jam, I don't understand it. Unless Kevin misread his hand somehow. I don't know. I'll let you ask him.
I don't know. That was 38 minutes ago. However, 38 minutes and 20 seconds ago. So
You think he'll forget it?
maybe.
Don't think so.
I'll forget it. That is our delay tonight. It's normally 15 minutes. There was a misconfiguration. That's why we're on late tonight.
Is that what we're calling it?
We're on a 38-minute, 20-second delay.
Unless you're in New
delay.
Zealand.
Nobody else in the industry is running a 38-minute, 20-second delay. This
Yeah.
is unique to us.
Unless-
TCH Live exclusive. Open
Unless,
ender for optimize.
yeah, unless you're in New Zealand, in which case a whole nother day late.
I'm chopped in the bottom. I think I'm
And it's hour short.
And yeah,
And there's a higher straight out there.
Optimize bets his straight draw. Steady Eddie does have bottom pair.
7 came on the turn, so there's a higher straight out there.
And the third spade appears. They both have a spade. Steady Eddie does have the nut spade draw now. So Optimize definitely not getting rid of him now. Optimize has to contemplate the possibility that he's drawing dead. We'll make the bet. 275. And he's getting raised.
Yeah, considerably.
Eddie is not going to let him see another card for cheap.
Eddie.
Good play by Eddie here. Sensing something about the bet by
There's the fold. And
maybe perceiving that bet was a bit of a blocker bet. So what do you do with blocker bets?
Keeps
You
his
blow
knit
them up.
button. Keeps his knit button.
he didn't show. Eddie didn't show.
forgot
He
to
still has
show?
the knit button. He still has the knit button. He did not show the card.
He was so happy with the fold that he forgot to show.
And more importantly, Optimize didn't say anything after the cards were mucked and they were no longer retrievable. If he had said that earlier, he would have earned himself a second knit button.
Yeah, that may change Eddie's play in the next couple of hands. And he has the same hand. Well, close.
That's a straddle. We'll cut back to that.
That's straddle.
First, let's deal with the ace king that Kevin has. Rebel suggesting TCH Fort Worth, TCH San Antonio.
I agree with Fort Worth.
That's well above my pay grade. Oh, we got a hand though.
Yeah, queens versus ace king versus king jack.
We'll address my pay grade later.
Hey, Craig.
And there is the 4-bet. He said 450. Ace deuce, much less appealing now. And Kevin Y has position on him. He has ace king suited. This should be at least a 4-bet. In position, calling is much more justifiable this time. And you do have the king jack offsuit behind you, which makes things interesting. That was a 3-bet. So like maybe
I thought he was grabbing some purple tips
5-bet
there.
here. This could be our biggest pot of the night.
It's like he's just calling.
No, there's a purple
No,
on there.
I thought I saw him grab a purple chip.
That's a $500 purple chip and $900 in total.
Doubles
King
up
jack
to 3-bet.
is gone.
4-bet.
Now, does Kevin call and set mine, or does Kevin say, let's just run it for $8,000 or something? He's going to call.
You like that call rather than shoving?
You could go either way, and he's going to get outblocked, but he's got the queen of clubs.
He does have the queen of
He's
clubs.
in quite the predicament now. He saw one of the nightmare cards on the flop, but he does have the second nut club draw, which could also just be completely dead.
This is where Kevin Y's position is really important.
This is where his position becomes precarious. At least it's not ace-king of clubs. He can't be against ace-king of clubs. Like if we're talking about flopped flushes that call to 5-bet,
He down bets to 4.
there's not that
350.
many. Maybe ace-queen of clubs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think ace-jack's calling. Maybe ace-queen, but even that, probably not.
No.
Like, there's like basically no flopped flushes here. And Kevin C going to call Kevin Y. The battle of the Kevins continues to the turn,
Listen, I'm
which
glad
is
I'm
going to pair the 7.
enough that I'm like at the level where you can meet
Flush
me.
draw goes
You know
down
what I
in value on a
mean?
paired
Like, if I were
board.
so bad, like you
Kevin
can
Y
just-
can certainly have pocket
you know what I mean?
kings,
There's no
has
way-
played.
You know what I mean?
Here's a compliment.
If that's what
I'm
you
glad
feel. Yeah.
there's a level there in the middle that I've got.
I think enough about you where I can point out when you play an absolute god off, and like it won't deter you or you won't take it personally.
Yeah, that's correct.
But here's the thing.
Giving
you
about
give
to
it
put
enough.
1,000
You
into
take it
the
as
pot. A little bit less.
Yeah, that's right.
Real chance.
I think he's setting up a river job. $900. If calls would leave a little under half pot.
Hey, life is good, right? You got that fountain, you got
Great.
bottomless diet cokes.
Bottomless.
Yeah.
Mm.
Big fountain.
Big old fountain. A lot of. Did you notice the koi fish in the fountain?
I didn't dare walk up to it. Like I didn't want like security to come out of the guest home.
Sir, were you?
Yeah.
Who knows how many arm guards he has with his house?
Who knows?
This might be where Kevin C finds the exit.
They're-
What do you all
they-
think
they
in
have
chat?
they're on the
Do
roof
we
of the
continue
Sniper
here?
Rifles, so they're watching all the time. It
I
doesn't matter where
remember,
you
I
are.
remember coming to your house and thinking, it's funny, like this whole area, wherever it was
Postabella, yeah.
that's what it's called. It's
Are you
that
thinking
west.
about your pot odds, or the 4-1?
well-
Are you thinking about that?
A lot of people call it Lake Wade.
I'm thinking about the odds.
That's
I'm
the city
also
that's there,
thinking
but
about the
we
range
were-
that 5 bets pre, and it's got me in some trouble here. I imagine he's just sitting there with Ace King with the Ace of
In
Clubs.
terms of count of houses, I think there's like maybe 35 or 40 in there.
Oh, okay.
But there's some really big ones in there. The ones
Yeah.
that are on the waterfront, on the
Like
other
thinking
side of the
through,
neighborhood
like
are,
it's really a question of what
substantially more valuable.
the entire
Obviously,
range is,
the
and I
waterfront
agree with you,
is-
Phony. Like you're already invested. What that really means is that
The real
the
Lake
types
Wade?
of hold was probably the flop.
Yeah. Those
Yeah.
Are the,
If you're gonna fold, like I think you. This is a hand where you make up your minds on the flop. Phony votes raised, so that would be an all-in. That's the only size that makes sense.
I think that raising now after this tank, unless you're kind of grandstanding, he does
He
make the
tosses the chips in
call. Well, the
fairly haphazardly.
the chat was pretty much 100% in favor of the call. Only with the
44-40 in the middle. The river's a club.
What the heck? Now Kevin is pot committed. Even if he's worried, I mean, he would have folded on the 7 or the all clubs.
Kevin C wins the flip the hard way, and he leads all in. 4 clubs should be the end of it. I don't think there's. I think the 4th club is an action killer.
Wow, what
And-
a call there!
I'm not sure I shove if I'm Kevin C. I'll tell you why. What's calling?
What's calling better hands?
Full
Kings,
houses and the ace
aces.
of clubs.
Yes, exactly.
That's all that's calling.
Yeah.
And that's all he has in a 5 betting range for that matter. Like that's it.
So
you got the
one
5 bet.
little tell here. Did you see the way that Kevin made the $900 call? His body
the way he
language,
tossed it.
everything like I hate this, which is exactly what a strong club would do.
That feels like
So I think it ended up being a really easy fold
Rebel.
for Kevin.
Mini
Why?
that one was good for TV. That was good
That-
for TV.
That was good for TV.
That was pretty good for TV.
Very
Rebel
good
is
for TV.
thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage. He's thinking very nostalgically. The Mirage isn't the Mirage anymore. Rest in peace, Mirage.
The club.
Yeah, I
outer
think
space.
that hand above all hands that we've had tonight was entertaining for the players, obviously, as well as us. But
Manny, you're 10, brother.
gosh, you could make arguments for every one of Kevin Creek's options. I think his best option when the king showed up on the flop was just to not continue after that. Because Kevin's ace, king, kings, aces
I'm-
is so in play. with
Yeah, results oriented it worked out, but I'm done with that hand on the flop. I'm actually just done with that hand.
I agree.
There's way too much of the 5 betting range that has me
He'll
dead.
fold some
Yeah.
hands. I think.
Like he ran into the sliver of Kevin's range that does not have him dead.
She doesn't fucking fold.
Like even if he has aces, it's 50-50 that one of them's a club.
Trust me.
And we're
You can't win,
basically
exactly.
dead.
Well, I'm going to say hand of the night
Not
for number
fun either.
64. That was an amazing hand.
Yeah.
A lot of thinking
Especially when you lose
and
2,500 on it or some shit, right?
a lot of
That is true.
I just really angsty hand. I don't know how else to call it. For queens and for ace king.
You probably
the
hear
end.
body screaming from that last thing.
Kind of a classic. Hope y'all enjoyed it. Yeah, I agree, Kiwi. That almost seemed to be destined to turn out to be a club at the end. We have something very similar, but without the ace king involved. Jacks dominated by a king that doesn't exist in this case.
And now Optimize has a set.
Yeah, on the turn again, just like the previous set of jacks, and the set of jacks that weren't there. Unfortunately, there's not anything for Manny to call with.
King there, Kevin.
This sizing might get him to call. Just half pot, a little less than half pot. Does give it up.
Lucky dog.
And shows.
I'm like,
Let's not forget.
like when you bet 200, I'm like,
Good turn.
Not like other players.
Steady. Yeah.
I'm not the one who's calling people out by name. Just
Of course.
for the
I
record.
don't have any problem with it. You're on live television. So we're down to
Pretty small.
Dolly
Green
Man
Mans.
and
225.
Kevin
Very
Line
strong.
yes.
and
yes,
Steady Eddie
yes.
with the little red dots by their name.
Last player with a knit button does have to splash $200 in the next spot.
She's an auto 20.
Every now and then I can have a real
Had
hand.
some entertaining results the last time.
Now and again, you'll wake up with a hand.
As
Every
one
now and
the
then.
last hour here on TCH Live.
We are in the
Run.
last hour, even with our
You
delay.
win one hand.
And
Yep.
TCH Social in Austin this evening. William Waddy, the New York Knit,
This guy won one
and
hand.
Uncle T alongside as we play some uncapped 5-5 from TCH Social Austin.
Is that funny?
And
A little
we
bit,
have
a little bit.
a 60 and a call.
That's not what his wife says, though.
Oh my god.
That is funny, though.
My God.
Oh, wow! Top 2 versus straight.
Oh my gosh. Nobody's got a club.
Yeah, you definitely not.
So this is nuts versus top 2.
Please, no more clubs. I don't want to kill this.
Yeah,
action.
let's don't kill the action here. Let's have a 7
Red cards, Jesse. Red cards.
7
No
of
black
diamonds. Yeah, let's run out diamonds, which is unlikely. But diamonds. But Steady just makes a $100 bet because there's still a small pot. He may get raised here. Yeah, and he does. $300 back at him.
Optimize, raising into the nuts.
Steady's
How's
like,
that going to work out for him?
Yeah, this is a dream for Steady. You get raised with the nuts. And he may be a little bit nervous that he's playing. I don't know. What could he be playing?
There's a lot of bad
Yeah, there-
cards, even for a
yeah.
straight. Like
Yep.
a queen or a 10 kills the action. A club is bad.
Ace,
A
queen,
board
of
pair
clubs.
is suboptimal.
Yeah, this could be ace, queen of clubs. This could be, gosh, lots of things.
Ace X of clubs. There's a lot of ace of
Yeah,
clubs.
you
hands.
know, he get made.
And he's going to play it fast. He's going to 3-bet,
Yeah,
which is going to send a chill down, optimize his spine.
yeah. Steady just went from Steady Eddie to Fast Eddie.
1100, which I think Optimize actually has more than the graphics say. I see more than 1400 behinds.
I agree, William. He worried about a combo draw. Yep.
Yep.
That is a combo-y board. And you know what we say about bomb pots when you flop the nut straight?
Yeah. Hold on. Don't get scored all in from Optimize,
Wow.
which should be getting snapped by
It will
Steady.
be. And this, Eddie's going to be so happy.
There's only one
whatever you
hand
want,
he doesn't
Eddie.
want to see.
Right. He
times
does
Queen
not
10
want
of
to see.
clubs. Because that would be free
That
rolling
is the
him.
best option for him this game.
He doesn't want to be getting free rolled to the top 2, and we're going twice. Straight holds on the first board,
Jesse,
straight holds on the
Eddie.
second board.
Jesse always rolls those out fast. It's like
Jesse, I need time to build suspense.
Yeah.
We went over this.
Coverage, but it's close.
Jesse's too good at his job.
Yeah. He kind of believes in the ripping the Band-Aid off, so I get that. Wow, that's a huge hand too. We back-to-back huge hands.
Full double for Steady Eddie. At Optimize's expense. Optimize not having a good night.
No.
Him and Kevin Y and CM can commiserate after this.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie was, with the fast playing, we could tell that he was worried about the combo draw. I think in that case, it was actually Optimized that was worried about the combo draw.
Yeah, a combo draw has a lot of equity against the set.
Yeah.
Is this Optimize reloading or Optimize
I'm
tapping
broke.
out? Let's find out.
Some cash?
All right, what?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, I think Optimize is arranging for some money.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I've never seen him tap out.
I think
ever.
Bones has him. I have yet to quit a live stream. There have been a couple times where I've been in jeopardy, like, or I've been on my last bullet. But,
Yeah.
like, there is a set amount that like, I will not lose more than that in a given session.
Yeah.
We have yet to hit that. We came close in the TQ game.
The TQ?
The DQ game.
The DQ. Oh, what was the DQ game?
That was a game where DQ was on months ago.
Yeah, 2,000 behind.
Maybe you don't remember it, and that's
I don't.
fine. It's a thing that happens.
Who is DQ?
Take this man's poker license away. He's a great guy, and
I just texted you,
he's
Kevin.
an active player.
I'm gonna
I
text
had
you
him on my
guys.
direct left that night.
Who are you talking about? I'm like drawing a blank here. Is it the cheesecake gone to my head? What is it?
I think the
DQ.
cheesecake has gone to your hand. DQ.
Good.
You don't know
Thank you for the
DQ.
verification.
What's his
No,
real
no,
name?
DQ.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I don't know.
The check.
Oh,
DQ. That's his name. DQ.
Trust but
I'm
verify.
drawing.
I'll tell you
a
after the
blank.
show.
Okay. Okay. We'll keep it inside the family here. I have no idea.
Because he still hasn't won a hand.
Well, we've had a little action in the last 20 minutes, haven't we? Maybe for the next hour. Let's do that.
All right, 6.
Yeah, we're definitely in power hour now.
Yeah, we are. The gloves are off for at least about 6 players on this table.
Optimized reloads for 2,000, and he gets queens right away.
Merry Christmas. See if he's got somebody that can give him some
He's
money.
like, okay, let's play. Let's play.
I don't see any hands. No hands. Middle pair for Dolly Man.
Yeah, he doesn't have nothing. He's gonna bet. Optimize, probably not loving this flop.
Yeah, it's a little bit straighty, but he's going to get one of the hands out of there, so he's got to evaluate his hearts, to go ahead and just smooths.
There's the call. The turn is an 8. So that's gonna add a
whole nother element.
And it's gonna add a 4-liner out there, and it's gonna also.
And keep in mind that well, there you
3
go.
on the end. The queens will hold. Check. Dollyman does not want to bluff at this.
Yeah.
Queens will be good. Even Kiwi knows who I'm talking about. Even she knows who I'm talking about.
Gosh, y'all are making me feel really bad. Show me a picture.
I'm gonna
GTS.
I'm
Google
working
that
on
stuff.
I'm working on this now.
Okay. TQ. Why am I drawing a blank?
And I was gonna plug something a long time ago, and I'm gonna get back to that eventually. That guy.
Oh, DQ. Yeah, I do know DQ.
Now he knows. Now
I
he
know
knows.
DQ. Yeah. Sorry, I drew a blank. All I could think about was Dairy Queen.
That's
the
joke.
cheesecake.
That's the joke.
Yeah, that
He's
is
busy making the blizzards.
He used to work at Dairy Queen.
He's busy making the blizzards.
Yeah. He Houston player, right?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. Yeah, I know. DQ.
Yeah, he's got the fancy chair. He's got the hat. He's got the persona. He's a great guy.
Yeah. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he's a busy guy.
Busy guy.
But yeah, shout out to TQ. Yeah, I got tangled up in the hands where I had ace queen, the best hands ever, and he raised behind me. I'm thinking I finally have him where I want him. Like this guy, he's loose, he's crazy.
Yeah.
He had a better hand than ace queen. Like I shoved on him, and it's like he had a better hand than me.
What did he have?
I forget whether it was ace king or it was like aces or a big pair. Like he had a much better hand. Ace queen was not good, like even worse than usual. So it's like, okay, he's gonna have it sometimes, and that's life.
Yeah, how can you forget a guy?
Like I was pretty card dead that whole night.
Yeah. My least favorite thing in poker is being card dead with a really, really juicy table.
Yeah. The better the game, the fewer cards I get. That's the rule. Guess that's when I get trapped with ace queen. Okay, shout out to Kiwi's bank bringing that bank card to Kiwi. Very cool of you, anonymous bank staff member.
Wow. We have a bank
Splash pond.
firm, I guess you say, chain
Well, that was it.
in Texas that always does their commercials about how they go the extra step. That's a pretty good bank.
Just left.
Most banks in America wouldn't give you the time of day unless
I
you
just
were
knew it was going to happen
a
anyway.
billionaire.
But 200's in there.
Kevin wins the 69th hands of the evening and releases his nit button. And who lost the nit game? That was the last nit. Who lost?
I can't remember who the last two were.
Kevin was one of them.
Yeah,
God, I suck
KY,
at this.
KY I think lost it.
I know Kevin won it. Kevin won the last pot.
Okay. Might have been steady because he forgot. So we
getting
get some
you that
good money.
information.
$200.
Dallyman was
Okay.
the. Was
Yeah,
the
that's right.
And Rishi with the jacks.
We saw that the last time we had a
$300 to re-raise.
splash spot.
These raise sizes are going to get way bigger just because the pot's bigger. And so you got to go bigger to give some more odds. King 6-6, not the worst flop for jacks, but king not the scariest over, and 2 6s make it less likely that there's a 6 in your opponent's hand, and it's going to be Manny leading for 200. Manny likes to put the screws to you.
Yeah,
I'm
he
sure
does
there's
like
going to
to
be more
take
where this
aggressive.
200 came from as Rishi calls. The
Oh,
turn
yeah.
is a 9. Not much changes.
$400? A little bit less.
Manny makes the call. The river is a 7, and so Manny
And a
might
spade.
feel like he doesn't have to bluff anymore. He's going to make it 500. And he's going to get snapped by Rishi.
No, it got
He's gonna-
sticky and got paid.
He's going to take a good sized
What
pot
a
down.
holding.
I would have
Annoying.
flop a trips there with queen 6.
But see, you don't play hands. That's the problem. Play hands, you get hit.
Slide to a flop.
A little bit of needling going on.
That shows Jack's not about playing hands.
They haven't done referee yet.
True.
Well, I get Jack's like a cold 5, but
That is true.
He has never caught a 3-band. Then he got a 3-band in the palm. And he got it.
Yeah.
You know, Bones has been up 4K just about all night long. Still is.
Good timing, man. Those are freaking monsters.
Although
He gets back just in time.
Stay hand doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Yeah, good, thanks. Monster.
50 from Kevin with ace jack suited. That he calls.
Okay, forget. 300.
And
Oh,
Bones
yeah.
calls, and JY not going to be called. He's got queens. He's going to make it 300. A lot of diamonds accounted for. So Kevin decides to call. This may incite the avalanche of calls. Maybe Bones gets out. I would not want 3 deuce in a multi-way pot.
No, no.
And it's going to be hard to have the best. If you make the flush, it's going to be hard to have the best flush in a big pot.
Yeah, you almost throw out the diamonds. Yep. It's going to get Steady Eddie out.
That's why you should mark the
Bones
hand.
is going to fold.
No avalanche.
That's why you should mark the hand directly.
No avalanche.
Yeah,
Heads
the
up.
hands were quite good enough.
Queens versus Ace Jack. Here we go. So far, so good for the Queens on 10, 8, deuce, not a diamond in sight, unsurprisingly.
Flop 4, 5, 6. I'm like, you're one of those 2 diamonds too. And I'm like, you're smart. But
Yeah. You're the turn of success rate.
I gotta learn. How,
I don't think 7-6 is worth that much, like in that particular spot where it's multi-way and but like with Bones and his 3 deuce, like you're gonna have a second best hands with the pot gets big. Like you're either gonna win a small pot or you're gonna lose a big pot. And JY's bet gets the job done.
My friend just got here. I got to talk to him.
Like you're either gonna smash the flop and nobody pays you, or you're going to
Yeah,
smash
he's
the
like-
flop
He's like, I fucking
and
left.
get stacked.
I heard the same thing.
I don't know where it went. I mean, I'm sure he said, fuck this guy, and he's sitting up.
I hope they give us another nickname before the end of the night.
Probably Ubered home.
I don't know if they can complete it. They're taking about 45 to 55 minutes to complete. Seems like. So I don't know if we
You want
can
a
complete
hand?
it.
Yeah, I want a hand for sure. Oh, yeah.
I had pocket queens for the club.
Oh,
The flush got there.
I think
Kevin's
Junior's
talking about the
playing.
big hand with KY, Kevin Y.
He played his hand like he has kings there.
Bomb pot.
Who has kings there?
No, I mean, he said he has queens, but he played his hand like he has kings there.
There's the trips, top trips for Dallyman.
And he plays against Kevin.
And lesser trips for Manny.
Like the
Manny gonna have to hit one of
Set of
those
kings
things.
for, I
Yeah.
believe it
All
was
the
Kevin.
calls.
No,
Like,
Kings are good.
6 is full of deuces
no,
for
he has
Dallyman.
queens. He has queens, but for that board, I don't know.
Queen 10 is the nuts for Kevin Y on the
Get a
top.
No, I'm not. I'm
Set of
I'm
kings for Rishi. And he's got the jack, so he kind of blocks his outs a little bit, his own outs.
Dallyman making it 200 with his boat. It is a one-way hand. Gotta tread a little bit carefully. The other 6 does make the call,
Thank you.
as does the... No, Kevin is raising
Hey, Charles.
with his one-way
Watch
Broadway.
the stream. Tell me how I played for the hand and ace king and the like the queen's top board and the
What's the internet password?
what? Oh, internet password. There's no password. Just a log. Yeah, I can use it.
No way, Dallyman folds the 6 deuce.
Wow.
This leaves Manny as the only player with a 6.
Yeah.
And Manny has a similar problem where it's a one-way hand because he just has a pair of 7s and no draw on the other board. And he has to wonder, does Kevin have the other 6?
Yeah, I think 6 deuce. That jack on the other board might convince me into calling.
Can you lock
Yeah,
in?
6
Okay,
deuce,
you
yeah,
can,
6 deuce, it's decent, but
Okay,
the
no.
problem is you're just hoping that nobody hits anything. And we do get the all-in and the call. And Kevin...
Of course, he got Broadway at the end. He had Queen 10. But
Yeah, okay, so yeah, then some more poker happened, and 6-3 made the best boat anyway. So
oh wow,
that worked out for Dallyman.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
would have
it did.
got there.
Wow.
He would have gotten pipped. And like that was all over before I could even give the spiel where I was gonna say, for the record, Kevin actually had a slight free roll going.
On
Because if Kevin would have hit the queen on the bottom, he would have had the bigger boat. He would have had queens full.
yeah, yeah.
So he was free rolling, whereas
It's a small.
Manny could not win the top board ever.
Sweaty.
Manny with the ace queen.
I don't know if I call that a free roll. That might be a free donut hole.
That is a free roll. In the mathematical sense, that is a free roll. It's a situation where you are guaranteed at least half. You can win all of it. You can win all of it, and you can never lose. Like you're gonna win at least half. That is a free roll in the strictest sense. And Kevin C has a set in the strictest sense that he has a pocket pair in his hand, and another one of those is on the board. That is a set. You want to dispute that?
No, I was making a joke.
Yeah.
I said it's not a free roll. It's more like a free donut hole.
Yeah, a munchkin.
A tiny little roll. Tiny little roll.
Munchkins sound good.
What is a munchkin?
My God, man.
Now, this is a man who's never seen Mad Max, so don't act like you're a cultural... What is a munchkin?
Apparently you've never seen a Dunkin' Donuts either.
No, I don't go into Dunkin'. No, Dunkin' is a Yankee thing. I do Shipley's or I do Independent Donuts.
Okay, so Dunkin' Donuts is a thing that exists in Texas.
Yeah, I've driven by them.
And the donut holes there, they're called munchkins.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
I did not know that.
No,
Not
no,
being
right
a
there,
Dunkin' guy.
What?
No, queen has a queen.
Manny gets all in.
Queen.
He very quickly gets all in. He gets
Four,
snapped
queen,
in.
queen, three. Oh, yes.
Quads.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my God. What a massive gift for Kevin C.
There's a queen
Stacking
there,
Manny.
and that-
Well, we talk
Yes,
about
I thought he
donut hole.
He's
We're looking at
he's
donut
out.
holes.
Biggest
We're
win
getting
of
the angel upon of the night.
I don't know. I think he was a queen. I thought he was a
Oh,
What can I do
5
there?
years
I
ago.
can catch it
Gosh.
off.
Get a green bird.
And Kevin, who
for
was
other player,
still,
I'll catch,
after
but
that massive hand with Kevin
old
Y,
man, fucking-
was still down 900, is now
Yeah,
well
you don't know
out
that.
of touch.
Yeah,
Probably
just watch
second
how
or
he
third
plays.
behind Bones for the win of the night. And stacks Manny, which rarely happens.
Never did I expect this hand to go that way. That's why I was
No.
going on
Yeah,
about
we
munchkins.
were looking at it going,
That's
okay.
why I'm giving you the business about munchkins.
First one was here.
Oh, gosh,
Because-
3 hits at the end.
I thought like maybe we get a call and like maybe we get another call. I did not expect all in, call. Oh, quads.
Quads, yeah.
Which he was drawing dead anyway.
Yeah, he was. He was.
And the quads are just overkill, and like unfortunately for him, we don't have a high hand going right now. If there was a high hand promo, which we do have some of those around here, all the details at TexasCardhouse.com. Then he could have
Yeah,
won some more money.
if we still got the high hand, is it Friday night?
We'll get there. First, I'm gonna plug something else that I meant to plug like half an hour ago. Over at TCH Houston, POKER Tour started today with the 100K guarantee kickoff, which according to my schedule, we are going to stream that final table, which will I guess be on later tonight on this channel probably, assuming they're still streaming it. This weekend there's a 100K guarantee liftoff, $200 buy-in, 10 flights. No, 9 flights. I can't count. 9 flights. That'll be another streamed final table on Sunday. There's a bunch of mixed stuff during the week. I wish I could get out there. I can't make it out there.
To Houston?
I cannot make it out there to Houston. Otherwise, I'd be firing all this mixed stuff. I can't make it, though. Something about, getting ready for a trip to Vegas. There's a PLO that's going to get streamed next Friday. The main event is a $600 buy-in, 300K guarantee. That one starts on Thursday. Day 2 is on Monday, but the 26th, Memorial Day. We stream the final table the next day. And POKER was tour out in Houston. If you can get there the next 2 weeks, it's worth heading out there. Let's handle this hand, and then we'll talk about what's going on.
Yeah, so far
in
it's
Austin.
10s versus 6s versus some kings. I believe I saw 10s pop through, and then it went on. Yeah, there it is. Dailyman's got the 10s. Optimized has got the 6s.
Almond latte. Okay. Kiwi with the almond latte. And set of tens. Things looking good for Zollyman. Ace 10-5. And unfortunately for him, nobody has an ace. The dream is to have a set on an ace high board. There's going to be top pair a lot, but unfortunately not this time. That's going to be the ends of the hands. A lot of the time, there's going to be a top pair that can.
It's such a
paying you.
dissatisfying feeling to have you spike your set, and then everybody just folds.
Okay, let's talk about Austin. Memorial Day weekend series is coming up. The 23rd to the 26th. So
Yeah, quite a few good games in that. Essentially going to be a 4-day weekend of poker, starting with Friday.
I'll plug some tournaments. How about that?
Yep.
Double stack salute. Friday the 23rd at 2 p.m. 5K guarantee, $120 buy-in. That's just to warm up though. Friday night 6 p.m. on the 23rd. 40K guarantee, $140 buy-in. The TGIF tournament gets a little bit bigger. Freedom Isn't Free free roll on Saturday. 30K buy-in, 10K guaranteed. That's a 2 o'clock start. Freedom Stack. That's Saturday, 15K guaranteed, $200 buy-in. Sunday, May 25th, Showdown at the Capitol. That's our big monthly tournament. 40K guarantee on that, $300 buy-in. That starts at noon. And then we wrap it up with the weekend send-off Monday, the 26th. That's Memorial Day. 10K guarantee, $150 buy-in. That's a 2 o'clock start. All the details at TexasCardHouse.com or on Poker Atlas. How I earn my keep as an announcer.
Yeah, really. That was wore me out just listening. I am going to play a couple of those tournaments. I'm looking forward to that Memorial Day weekend. You said what size is the Friday night, which is our TGIF? It's 20?
That's a 40K guarantee.
40, that's right.
That.
It's
That's
normally 20, so
that's a big one.
10 or 20.
Also,
So
these high hands that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Mondays, 250. This is according to Poker Atlas. I don't know if this has changed or not since they wrote this, but Mondays, $250 high hands every hour, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wednesdays, $250 high hands every hour from 10 to 6. And those are the high hand promos. All the details, TexasCardHouse.com or Poker Atlas.
All right, hand number 75. Got about a half hour left in our stream, and we appreciate all of you. Thank you, Lottie, for the tournament update. Come out and see us at TCH Social in Austin at Memorial Day. Come out any day. We have daily tournaments, the daily bank builders.
Bankroll builder.
Thank you. See, you did all the announcement for a reason.
And Kevin has a flush.
Kevin did.
And he has a redraw that he doesn't need.
That he does need the straight flush redraw. We had a couple of those tonight.
He wouldn't mind a 6 peeling off or a deuce peeling off and giving Manny a straight. He wouldn't mind that. Well, Manny's betting 200 anyway, but yeah, no. I'm sure Kevin thinking over call versus raise. Given what we saw from Manny, I lean more towards call just because he seems ready to incinerate some money. Or, maybe he's baiting him with this little click here.
Yeah, this min
450, just over min. Maybe he's trying to incentivize Manny to do something silly. Also protect himself a little bit against the fourth diamonds, which most of them would be unfortunate. 10 or a 6 of diamonds would be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
But the other ones would suck.
Wow.
Manny calling with a gut shot. Pray that Manny doesn't get a double gut shot. Pray that Manny doesn't hit a 6 or a deuce.
Yeah, I think he's setting up a move here.
And Manny misses. And I hope this isn't a stop and go.
What'd you get, Ace?
Oh, no.
Is he jamming? Yeah, I thought he was setting up a move here. Maybe
he checks.
No, he checked.
Yeah, fried shit. No, I can't do it.
You know, Manny acting a little steamy after that quad stand. Surprised to make that call. Kevin goes all in.
He goes for all of it. Unfortunately, Manny doesn't have a hand.
You're not
He has
playing
ace high.
poker real often now, right?
He could hit a 4 or, I'm sorry, a 6 or a 2.
Twice a week?
Make the
No,
straight.
Yeah, which would have gotten him stacked.
Would have absolutely gotten him stacked. Yeah.
But, you know, I play pickleball like
So-
5 days a week, sometimes 6. And just, run around.
Doing a little bit of a
Where we see face and he folds.
yeah.
Play a lot of home games, kind of circulate.
So so do come out. Tonight we have the triple stack tournament going on, which
One day
is
a week here.
kind of an adjustment with Wednesday night. Tomorrow night, the Bomb Pod tournament. I always encourage people to come out. It's a really good thing for Bomb Pod players at cash games to learn more about Bomb Pod. There's some good Bomb Pod PLO players that play that tournament. Friday night is our TGIF, the normal size TGIF.
That's pretty fun.
And then our promotions. So go to Poker Atlas, go to the TCH website for everything that Lottie told you about. Schedule is online.
Most of the players are familiar with
Come out and play the tournament. Or come play cash. It's hopping out there right now. Sounds very lively. That's one thing good about the NBA season. It kind of people come out and play poker and want to watch the NBA. Only good thing about the NBA is Manny Fresh has the ace king, Dolly Man with queen eight of spades.
Uncle T? No, he's younger than me. Oh, he is the old part, is he? Did you hear that shit, Tom?
Yeah, they're talking to me. I heard you,
He's
KC.
younger. Johnny, he's like 3 or 4 years younger.
Yep, can't go wrong with that dish. Not a bad dish in here. That shrimp pasta with the chorizo cheese sauce. Oh my gosh, I think I talk about that every week. Chef killed it. Just crushed it.
A little too late back. No one's ever working. Really?
And he checks very deceptively his ace, and he's going to draw a bet out of Telly Man with the rainbow board, hoping that he has the worst ace. He's just going to call here. Trying to figure out how to get as much into the pot as possible. Now, Dollyman picks up the gutter. Can hit a jack. Really not much else. Not well, there is nothing else. Now, a very small value bet. Looks a little sus. Probably ultimately. Why would you make a $90 bet? 10% of the pot.
How many days a week do you play here? One? Oh, you're here quite a bit. Where are you going?
I wonder if we're
It's like
above or below.
And he calls.
south
Take the
of
under.
Complete, complete uselessness at the end. I mean, it does bring in the 7-8, but you don't anticipate that's ever
Yeah.
a factor. 7-8 suited maybe, but hard to imagine. And now he's going to go large. Looks like he's going to put in. Yeah, and it's going to be in his default.
You have one, yeah.
Good. Well, I figure you stay.
Damn, that's
Because
a
my
He
Well,
takes
yeah.
down a pretty good pot. Wins
Yeah, of course. For your friends.
5.5.
trading guy. He's
Got a little
coming
ground to
here.
make up. Maybe he's probably still a little steamy by that hand with the flat threes. I would
When he
be.
first had, he got
Or
to
with
the
7
launch.
hours?
Like,
Although he was
he
down
talked
the set
to me
already.
directly. He's talking about like something in his life in Australia.
I
And
mean, I
his
go to,
his Chinese,
siblings, we have a
like
house in
ex-girlfriend.
Galveston, and that's 4.5
He
hours.
tried to learn like Mandarin.
That's a lot of
and
driving.
Chinese.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Does he speak Mandarin?
No, but I think he can understand some like Chinese characters and
Yeah.
some Mandarin there.
You
Yeah.
speak Mandarin or Cantonese? Or
Yeah, Mandarin. And like, yeah, I can understand some Cantonese for sure.
You can understand Cantonese?
Because I was living
Rishi in the
place
straddle.
like
He
which
faced him.
people speak Cantonese for 5 years. So
Yeah. Wow. Where were you living that they speak Cantonese?
yes, Guangzhou.
You're in Guangzhou?
Kings for Steady Eddie. We haven't seen
Is
kings
that where you're
tonight.
from, or you were just living
No.
I was living there.
A lot of queens and a few aces. Lots of jacks, lots of tens, lots of sixes.
A big tech hub. No, is that Guangzou or is that
And,
China?
And he gets nothing out of it.
Yeah, no opposition.
Yep, there was nothing to call him. Just ace 10 offsuit. Well, we still haven't got the tank.
They didn't give us the tank number.
Tank
I
tracker?
feel like that we weren't supposed to see that. I feel like that was a misclick.
Yeah, but why have it if you can't show it? That's a great one. I want to see the tank tracker.
And for some reason, we've lost our dollar signs now.
He told
Yeah, I
me
saw
he
that.
played a
I was
lot
a
of
little
home
confused
games
by that.
hosted by Chinese.
Somewhere
Because
the
there are
internet is
so
glitched
many,
on us.
like,
Or it's
Chinese
just
students like
random numbers
starting
appearing next to the
Australia.
hands.
Yeah.
This has
Yeah.
got to be the twice I've ever
Many.
heard. Like,
I'm fading
Yeah.
out, dude.
I know, me
He,
too.
he learned how to play the mahjong from
Yeah.
his
The
ex-girlfriend.
Those
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe we can go
Yeah,
play with
I
all you
believe
pros.
that.
Oh boy.
That is
Oh,
very
yeah.
believable.
But it's fun. It's checking you. You know? It's fun.
Jack 8-6.
Stick around with sharks.
Players with an
There
8.
you go.
Yeah,
So how-
middle
how
pair
long
for
is it?
Steady with a better
It's
kicker.
good, dude. It's
know.
good.
Manny.
That's good these days. I mean,
I think it's going to
Price
be better.
Some of these are real
Price
barn
is down a
burners
bit,
in
but
hands.
it's
But that's okay.
it's been up for a long time, and
Oh, yeah.
business is good. So
The gas
Odd is 415 drachmas.
$2.50, $3. I haven't even looked.
yeah. Yep. Yep. We're pricing everything with.
Yeah, having a little bit of a glitch right now. We got there's the card. So it is hearts. Steady Eddie picks us some additional
Natural gas.
equity, having 93% of it.
No.
I think that's about volume. It's supply and demand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I had a feeling. Okay.
Yeah, and a bar. So you're
That's
saying in dollar amounts change?
that's interesting.
However, at the end of the night, guys, we want V-pips, we want V-pips, okay. But 7 hands, nope, you're not getting V-pips tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris and our producers just coming in saying that we've got
bet you like that
three
when you
live
come
streams going on.
Yep.
So
I'm
there's a
keeping
little bit
my
of a
$5, Kevin. I'm
glitch
keeping
with
it.
the software.
I'm keeping it. 20.
So it's the one that's
Jesse, this is 20. This is not 20.
On behalf of the commentators, at the very beginning, we got to see the tank tracker.
They're trying to grab my $5.
We would love to see more of that. Okay.
I feel like
It was hilarious.
I feel like they're tracking how quickly you're pressing the button more than anything sometimes. Yeah. Like the long tanks are tanks, but otherwise it's like, yeah, like what mood is the computer in?
It's not true tank.
But then again, we only have 15 minutes.
And no one's watching anyway.
Like Forrest.
Just kidding. Just you too.
I don't like that button too.
Well, tell her we loved it. We got a big laugh out of Optimize having an 18-second lead and take the tank.
First one?
Yeah.
Really?
I got lucky, man.
Really? Okay, next time just play like a.
Yeah, it's probably not, because it relies too much on your being quick draw McGraw.
Right, maybe there's
Yeah.
2 minutes
Well, thank
left,
you,
and we
Kristen.
said we'll do last
All
longer.
right, so
Whoever lasts longer.
a little bit more holding this evening.
Both lasted a pretty
No,
long
sorry
time.
for the dollar numbers are back. So we have a little bit of a problem there.
Yeah.
Too many tournaments going on.
It might goof another thing or two at the end, but yeah, like apparently some conflict with the Houston system because that Houston final table that I was teasing before, that's actually starting out.
So are you saying, Lottie,
Stick
that
around on this channel.
Houston, we have a problem?
Yes.
Very, very.
I always get you in the movie
He's still got
references.
position on his
I
ass.
know, that's
would
a
know.
problem.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Get him bent
Munchkins.
over.
It's also your board, really.
I'm going to call the quad threes
Queen five,
munchkins.
well,
from now
yeah,
on.
it is. Bye.
But 2 diamonds for Rishi. Not much else.
230.
Kind of settled into some not exciting hands here.
Missed that board.
Kevin.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice.
Well,
big monster.
safe to say you weren't folding.
Huh.
Yeah, ace-7, like people won't put you on ace-7, but you often won't win with ace-7.
There's
so
always that.
Like won't win a big pot with ace-7.
It's got, you know, if you want to be tricky, play dirty diaper. Nobody will put you on them. And once in a blue moon, you'll win with them.
Here I didn't see the registration open for
Like if you have an opponent that's putting you on specific hands, I want to play with that person. Like ideally, you're not putting them on one hand in particular.
No.
Ideally, they have a number of hands, and you have to figure out how you do against that range.
So we are fast approaching the end of the night. We thank all of you.
For there,
this is on the team with the New York Net, Will Lottie.
No, the add-on
And
was big
we've had
yesterday.
an
Like, we just
exciting
maxed
night,
add-on.
Yeah,
a humorous night. Appreciate all of you in the chat.
Ace King, once again.
Once again, yeah, we've had quite a few.
Yeah, right. But if you play the first one,
Optimize with the words are hard special, but folding. He's not a believer in the 9 triz. The 9 triz of hearts. Shout out Aaron McAvoy, our colleague, doing the Dallas shows on Tuesdays. Long-time fixture of this program.
Who is that?
Aaron.
Is he a friend of DQ's? I don't know him.
So we haven't even played like 9 orbits.
Aaron's my boy. I sold him a car.
You sold him a car?
Yeah, that Volkswagen.
And he still talks to you?
Yes, because that was a great dang car.
No one feels sorry for you.
I'm right at even. Maybe I'm up a little bit. I'm in for 7.
Yeah, every time I see that car, I think, man, I should have kept that car. That was not the dang it. It was just one of those things where they had my car, my Porsche. They said it's going to take 3 months to fix. And I'm like, I can either go rent a car for 3 months, or I'll just go buy a car.
So,
sold it there.
It seems like that there's one country in particular that you like.
Well, yes.
Yeah, you keep going the German route.
Well, you know, can you name 5 German automakers?
I'm saying before.
Well, and there's some that share a parent company.
Yeah, just stop with the corporate nonsense.
Oh, Rebel DQ did play a few times in the past. Like I was referencing, so we were talking about that.
Well, he plays. I don't know.
He plays at a lot of other places.
Yeah, he plays everywhere.
Yeah, we had him on here a few times in our history. 5 years worth of shows in our archives on the TCH Live Poker YouTube channel for your perusal.
Is we have hard to tell that there's nuts on either board. Nothing yet.
Where's the big number? Kevin C has a 44%er. Jack 10 7-7. That's a set of 7s.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking for big numbers.
No, there's not big numbers. You know, there's a set of 4s in the bottom for bones.
Okay, so a set and a set. Okay.
We don't have any big spade draws. We do have a big club draw. No, not that big.
And we have some weak draws that they're the best of the bad draws.
Yeah, this is our last hand of the night.
No, it's not.
Let's see it.
I thought you said
There's
it
another
ended on a
bomb
bomb
pot.
pot.
There's another bomb pot.
After this bomb pot?
There's more hands.
Oh.
This is just the bomb pot. This isn't.
Oh, because of the long delay.
Right. Appears to be the king of butts. The king of
I'll keep track of these things. Don't worry.
Yeah, I got lost in
I'm
the
with it.
time delay.
This game's so tight. Folding 2 pair.
So it looks like the.
There's such balls in the bomb pots.
Really?
I know you play it.
Not real sure why Manny's got the equity. It's just the queen.
No.
The club redraw.
With card to come.
Manny has. Well, now he doesn't have it.
He has nothing. He's out of the hand, rightfully so. Although it looked like he had the most equity on the top.
Kevin has the only club draw right now.
Yeah, again, the equity's a little skewed here because, you know, on the
And he
top
has
board
king-
is so disjointed.
Yeah. Kings and 3s on bottom, which, there's a set of 4s. And then he's got the only club draw.
Mm-hmm. And the only spade draw.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, he just.
One of us knew that.
Yeah, one of us knew that. Lottie got it.
A 10 and a deuce on the end, so that's a straight on the bottom for optimize. and nobody has the diamonds flush.
Just straight on
And
the
I think
bottom.
Optimize has the top.
And then a 10.
Pair of tens on top. Rebel beat me to it. I was getting to that.
A 10.
BMW, Porsche, Volkswagen, Audi, and Mercedes.
right.
Yeah, those are the
That's
five
right,
German
bros.
automakers.
Yum, yum.
Never mind that Porsche and Volkswagen
Oh,
and
stop.
Audi are under the same banner.
Yeah, Ferdinand Porsche and Adolf Hitler, who invented the Volkswagen,
Yeah, that'll be nice to see.
have nothing in common other than corporate merge.
Yeah, when we're done.
I don't pay any attention to that.
It's fine.
No more than I think about Cadillac as being the same as Chevrolet. So, Steady, thank you for that. That was pleasant. He had a very lovely sneeze, not too out
Well,
of
he
control.
could, but he.
Yeah, that's
Well,
exactly.
Steady.
That's,
I thought that was optimized.
He could, but he
well, I
already
don't know.
fucked his
Maybe Steady was just wiping his mouth. Maybe I just saw a white napkin go up to the face. Yeah, that's exactly why. I tell people all the time, if you can name any other country in the world, Japan maybe, 3, 4. But there's a reason that you buy German autos.
I'm afraid Uncle T may have to run for Congress.
I have no problem with that. I will drive my Audi right up to the front door of the congressional
Total
steps.
90 hands.
I think it's probably
I got under 90. 90 the push.
That joke probably went over some people's heads.
It did.
You'd have to give me odds to look at that.
I was attempting to make an old and crazy joke. That's like a requirement to be a
it's
politician these days. Like,
Yeah, you do.
You have to be in some state of decline.
Dude, I've been doing that since 1984.
90 is a push.
Clock on Rishi. I'm gonna tank now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are going to have a few hands and then another.
And then another
bomb
bomb
fight.
pot.
I don't know how many hands.
They
we
told
have
me
left.
which hand was the last hand.
They did tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
They told you too.
Well, it's not a.
You were
tournament.
next to me.
Sure. Yeah, no, I was talking to the faithful listeners while you two were jawing about the future, of which I'm only marginally interested in. Toyota, every other car maker. Yeah, Toyota, Nissan,
I'll
Honda,
I'll
Subaru.
I'll take the Honda. I'll take the
You'll take the
Honda.
Honda? I like Hondas. A little overpriced. Of course, I can't see.
85.
German
I'll
cars
take
overpriced.
Might have been a misdeal there.
If anybody wants more
It looks like it. I don't think Jesse's ever had a misdeal on the live stream in his whole entire life.
I'll take the over on 85 if you give me 2 to 1.
What?
Over an 80. Me too. I'll do that too.
Raise?
If you give me 2 to 1.
2-to-1 ratio.
105.
Maybach. I don't even. Who makes. Is Maybach German? I don't even know. I thought that was Rolls Royce.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah, I think that's Rolls Royce. Maybach. Really good point. Maybach is not German. Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's a good
It
bet.
sounds a little German-esque. I agree, Phony. I had a Camry that was a great car. My mom's Corolla was a great car.
So the Maybach is a Mercedes again.
Oh, well, there you go. We are.
They start at $205,000.
On your ass that you would have pulled today.
Well, they should. Yeah, Phony. Rebel and I are wrong.
I don't think I've ever had clock called on me.
Started 205.
Yeah, there's like they quote, and there's something else that says like 176 for a particular Maybach. They're expensive cars.
Yeah, well, so
You can get a 911 cheaper than a Maybach.
yeah. Well, it depends on which 911 you want.
Barrels like that.
I had a
It's got a big one.
4S.
Let's see if Kristen wants to
Air,
experience.
one of the last of the air cooled. Actually, the wife did.
He was ace king.
I barely got to drive it. That was an awesome
Viewership
car,
was looking good. When I was at the urinal earlier, it was
especially on these windy roads around Austin. So much fun.
capitalized on this moment.
Yeah, Maybach is the type of Mercedes Benz. That is right.
Interesting.
Does she do that sometimes?
Yeah, you and I are trying to.
I'm not as familiar with the Mercedes car line.
I'm not either. That's
She
my
does,
least
yeah.
favorite of the Germans.
Yep.
I liked my
Hey, right?
Volkswagen better than I
Right,
liked my Mercedes.
That's
We
true.
did start late.
That is
And
true,
these
Jesse.
VPIPs are janky because of a little technical hiccup. Thank you, Houston. We love you, Houston.
Yeah, AMG actually, that's interesting stories about AMG. They used to be the handmade cars. And essentially the AMGs were started to be kind of the premium line of the Mercedes. You know, they would do the 2-digit numbers and all that instead of the 3. But they actually don't hand make them anymore. I mean, you can't make 19,000 cars a year by hand. So they were brought out to kind of be head to head with
more
the handmade.
hands.
Yeah, you need a lot more German hands in there. But they were made to fight with Ferrari and Lamborghini and some of those other handmade cars.
Okay, we have Ace King limping
Denied 5 minutes.
from under the gun.
Yeah, they're great cars. I mean, they're
How about 2
beautiful.
Rishi taking the bait with a $35 raise, and a 3-bet from Kevin makes it 155. Manny calls. This is where Kevin White's going to have to spring the trap.
This is it?
Probably about 600 or so. Maybe a little more.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to go bigger here because I really want folds.
Yeah, I
I
think
really
it's
don't want everyone calling here.
I mean,
If you
they nail it here for
If
Kevin.
you go 700, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think that looks like I think you're right on with your first guess.
So he's at the room right now?
625. I'm really happy if somebody folds a pair. Remember, any pair is a small favorite against Ace King. I'm really happy if there's a fold. I'm really unhappy if I'm taking this 3 ways, 4 ways. 8's going to the muck, and then Jack 8 should go into the muck.
Okay. All right, let me know.
I know, I wanted to see the flop.
All right, let me know how it turns out. Hopefully you find it.
Another $500.
All right, bye.
I agree. Well, it has to be.
It does go into the muck.
Can we do one bar?
Let's just do a bomb pot.
Definitely. We always
Yeah,
do
that was
three
pretty
bars.
standard.
Yeah, okay.
And Ice 25 is getting tossed out, which means we're going to be getting onto a bomb pot. This will be the last hand of the evening.
This is the last hand?
This is the last one.
Is this the last hand?
That's what they told me.
And 86, buddy.
Well, folks, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Close to,
there we go.
because the table is getting really friendly at the
Is this hand on
last
stream?
here. Talking about
Pay that shit, baby.
Good, that's how the bomb.
Kiwi calls the racetracks. I forgot to shout that
Oh,
out.
yeah,
Great racing, yeah.
Yeah, I heard the Kiwis and Aussies like that invention of the United States Southern hometown tracks. They used to be a big thing when I was a kid with figure 8 races.
I'm thinking of 4 cars.
After this is done, be sure and switch over to the Houston final table, which should be on the channel. Already on any time now. TCH Live Poker on YouTube. And then join us again tomorrow. Should be a cash game from Houston, as we usually do on Thursdays. We're on the air at least 5 days a week between Dallas, Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. Rio Grande Valley on Fridays, Dallas final table most Saturdays, and then Dallas on Tuesdays. And we get onto this bomb pot 6s and 3s for Steady Eddie, 9s and 7s for
Set of
Manny.
6s for JY. He's got the other 2 6s.
I see a flop straight for Kevin White, Jack 8.
Mm-hmm.
10s and 9s for Optimize.
Not diamonds for Dolly, man.
JY making it 200. The 8-6 is also a flop straight. So he's got a set of 6s and he's got a flop straight. Sounds like scoopability to me. Nut diamond draw for Dollyman. Open ender hanging around. He's got scoopability. This could get fun. Manny, Kevin, both calling. 9 of clubs, 5 of clubs. Bottom board doesn't change. Top board, 9-8 comes, or 8-7 comes in rather. I don't see anybody with 8-7.
No, it looks like the set of 5s are good on the bottom, and the set of 6s.
No, the 8-6 is good.
Oh,
on
there
the
is an
bottom.
8-6. Yeah, the
There's an
lower
8-6 for a flop straight, and then the Jack 8 on top is open-ended.
Yeah, set
Pair
of
of
6s
kings.
is all on the top, JY.
and avocado.
Why is Kevin got all the?
Pretty good.
It tastes
Why-
pretty good. I usually
Yeah,
use stir
Jack,
fry.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
the
he has a
Jack
straight.
eight,
Jack
gotcha.
8's a straight.
I was like, let's
8-6
try
is a
something
straight.
new.
Jack
Pretty
8's a
good.
straight.
I might stick
Jay
to the
White
stir fry.
does have the sixes going for him on top.
Unpaired boards.
I did the chorizo shrimp pasta tonight.
And Manny's 1025 is going to get
Food
called
is good here.
by
Yeah, definitely
Kevin
better
White.
than-
Yeah. Beat the shit out of the lodge, according to
No
Bones.
question.
Yeah.
I
haven't been to the
wanna-
lodge in probably 2 years.
I mean, from food standpoint, I think this is 100% better. No question.
I don't even.
Jay White in a bit of a bind here. He has a non-nut straight,
Probably.
and
Overpriced.
he has
and also just not
third
like,
set
I pay it, but
on a
it just doesn't taste that good.
vulnerable board.
It's also
So he folds, Dallyman folds.
just cash.
To the rivers we go.
We played a tournament yesterday.
8 of
but
spades, deuce
don't
of hearts.
generally play, like, almost ever.
8 of spades would make 7-5 a straight.
The vibe is
And this is going to be a
Well, this is
chopper.
also nicer. Like,
As it should be.
it-
So
like, large
straight
right
on
here,
top,
the
straight on
atmosphere,
bottom.
That feels like a warehouse.
9-7,
well, yeah, the
Jack
dealers
8.
are much
Oh, the dealer,
Where
yes.
a straight and the player's getting half the pot, which never a bad thing to get half the pot when you have a straight. You could easily get a quarter of the pot, especially if these boards interact at all.
between Austin and San Antonio.
Boney, I don't know the RGB situation, but
You got a little
Thanks everybody. It was fun.
thank you so
Appreciate
much for watching.
everyone that joined us tonight. Join us
Is
next
that okay?
Wednesday for the Ladies Live, all
Done.
ladies game. Looking forward to that. Some Dallas players coming down, and we will see you then.
Your phone number?
Yeah,
is
on
gonna work?
behalf of our dealers, Dan and Jesse, our production staff, Kristen, Taylor, Cooper,
I guarantee you.
my
Poor
colleague
Cooper.
Hey, hold on. Anybody?
He's a
No,
busy
no,
boy.
wait.
Good night,
Okay,
everybody.
Hey, leaving
Check out
Manny
Houston
out of it.
and,
Leaving Manny out of
see you
it.
next time.
Hold on. Leaving Manny out.
Good night. Thank you for watching.
Yep.
Hit like,